You both worked with very strong grandmasters and world champions, and you met them. Who is the most interesting world champion you've worked with? Pentala.
I'm not sure I worked with, I cooperated with Anand, but other than this, I didn't work really. But there was some article which said I was second of Magnus. I don't know why.
I also read that somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe I should ask for the payment or something, but maybe I forgot. I don't know. But no, I didn't work for any world champion.
What is the most interesting thing about working with Anand for you?
We have different playing style, and it's amazing to see how he understands things at really fast, really quickly, and it's a lot to learn when you play against such a player and analyze positions with him.
Anish, just the same question for you. Obviously, you had a variety of...
Yeah, actually, I have I've worked with many players and some great players as well. From what I can sort of mention was that, of course, I visited Shankland before his World Championship matches. Like, it was many years ago. I was still very young, and mainly it was a really incredible experience for me to see, not only to get to know him better, which was, of course, an opportunity, but also to really appreciate the depth of their preparation. And at the time, it was an eye-opener for me. And it's very important, I think, for young players to realize as early as possible that what is the preparation at top level like, because usually you are just preparing yourself, and as you improve, you think you are doing better and better. And I was thinking before I visited him that then I was well prepared and everything was great, but then when I was at their camp, I realized that their preparation was like whole next level, and that definitely accelerated my growth, I think. And I also worked with Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir Kramnik was a very interesting experience because I learned a lot from it later. I was too arrogant at the time to take in all his wisdom, and only later things that he was saying they sink in. I think that's a common practice.
It's very common
with young arrogant people like me. Yeah.
Okay, so and what is that next level of preparation? How is it different to the?
Just you. At the time, mostly it was. As a kid, you usually you lack a little bit of your own understanding, and you over rely on the computers because they're extremely strong. So you really have faith in the computer. While more experienced players, they would know when the computer is right and when you can let things go, or where the computer could be wrong. And I think that was the main thing at the time for me. That there were few positions I stopped at, also sometimes prematurely. Just basically the main issue is that you stop prematurely, or you go for positions that computer says is fine, but for an experienced player, it's obvious that while the computer is saying it's fine, it's not going to be easy behind the board. And the stronger the player, the better he understands that.
The nature of the position.
Yeah, and also when you're young, you usually look from your perspective that you're always better in every opening, yes. And then when you go and work with like really strong players, or Anand, Kramnik, and other great players, because you go with every opening or idea, and then it gets crushed, So I think it's just when you are young, you kind of want to support your idea, which I was also doing when I was young. But it's nice to get some, what's the word?
Reality check.
Reality check to get your confidence tested.
Yeah, but that's a learning experience. It's a good learning experience for youngsters, and
Thank you both for this.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's round 6, the decisive round of qualification here in Grand Prix Belgrade. We are glad to welcome you. And we still have a few minutes before the start of the round. Right, so I was thinking, it all started with time to say Dubai, paraphrasing time to say goodbye, right? So
Yes.
a bit of a pun there. And then they went on with Berlin and now Belgrade. But when it's round 6, I was commentating the Berlin leg as well. When it's round 6, I think we return to the basics because for 12 out of these 16 players, it will be a time to say goodbye.
Yeah.
So we have quite a few very important matchups which will decide who's staying there, who will have to leave. Rapport is staying there, doesn't matter the result, because you've told me he's local.
Yes, right.
He's local, but even him leading Pool C with 1 full point, he's not yet guaranteed the place in the semifinals.
Right.
So one more time, those are the pairs, right? Andreikin faces Bacrot with white, Grischuk white against Shankland. Andreikin and Shankland are leading, but Bacrot is just a half point behind. So in fact, Andreikin wants to try to win, to overtake Shankland, but he doesn't want to take unnecessary risk because then he's passed by Bacrot and very likely in this case Bacrot will be involved in a tiebreak because imagining Shankland winning with black is not something that you can easily do.
Yeah, of course.
Right, Pool B, 2 guys who more or less finished the tournament, Hari and Tabatabaei.
Yeah.
And Vitiugov, 1 full point behind Giri, has the white pieces against said Anish Giri, so will do his best in order to win, in order to tie for the first place and therefore progress to the tiebreak tomorrow. Then Fedoseev faces Vidit and Rapport with Shirov, so it's all about Richard Rapport not losing to Shirov. If he doesn't do this, then basically the qualification's over for Pool C. And in Pool D, a reminder, it's only had 1 decisive game for the last 5 days.
Yes.
So it's MVL who won the game, Predke who lost the same game, right?
Yeah.
The pairing, Mamedyarov white against MVL, very important game, of course, and Evgenij white against Predke. So in a likely event that MVL doesn't win with black. So if it's a win for Mamedyarov, if it's a tie, it doesn't matter. We have 1 player on +1.
Yeah, sure.
And then Evgenij, with the white pieces, has a chance to win, to get on the +1 result, and then once again we'll see the tiebreak. So I think, Teodora, we are almost guaranteed at least 1 tiebreak tomorrow. I mean, it looks very likely. We have players who are already tied for first, then D pool, once again, it happens so that it's quite possible there will be a tiebreak.
And unfortunately, actually, for Predke, he can't catch up with leaders, right?
Yeah, he can't catch up with leaders because even if he wins, he's on 3.
Yeah.
And doesn't matter the result, at least someone will be on 3.5 in the other pair.
So we missed a moment, but first move today was made by Vice President of FIDE, Lukas Sterle, on the board between... Can't really see. It was the game between Vitiugov and Giri, which is the most important game today. So
yeah, perhaps one of the Vitiugov and Giri, C4 by Nikita Vitiugov, an English opening. So players starting the games. Yeah, C4 already played by Vitiugov. C4, knight C3. Yeah, well, we will see. We'll see how it goes. I suspect he has something prepared against Giri's. Never mind, because Giri lately was playing the how it's called, Rogozin defense, right? And then this specific moves order, C4, knight C3.
It's
you do not really accept playing Rogozin, right? If E6 would have been played, then probably E4 and so on. Right. So now we are to see the English opening. C4, C5, and we'll see how it goes. I don't think there'll be a lot of kind of theoretical discussions, but I might be wrong once again. I mean, in these situations nowadays, I mean, when you want to try to play for a win, but at the same time don't want to take additional risks, like for instance in Andreikin's case against Bacrot. I'm thinking what you do is not playing some like long sharp line, but instead just pick something. Knight f3, second move, interesting.
Yeah, what is he trying to?
What are you trying to avoid? Usually,
yes,
that's the question. I mean, especially with d4, d5, knight f3 is somewhat mysterious because d4, knight f6, knight f3. It's not that you have specific reasons to avoid the Benko, for instance, right? But some people do this, like they play second knight f3 after knight f6.
Right.
Kind of waiting for black to disclose the plans a little bit, and then, but d4, d5, knight f3, I'm not sure. I mean,
if he wanted to go London, he could go. Bishop f4,
London,
right?
It's actually considered to be more precise to start with bishop f4. So the only kind of real thing that you're avoiding is the Alapin Conte gambit, which is Albin Conte gambit, which is e5, but it's not played on this level. It's not played on this level, even though if you think of high-rated players who did this, Morozevich has played quite a few times.
But has he played in classical games? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he played like against very strong players, against Gelfand and possibly Topalov. So it's not that it's such a silly idea, but obviously it's not the reason you play second move knight f3, right? And e6, e4, we've transposed to something more or less normal. Still a choice for white if it's got to be a Catalan or knight c3 normal queen's gambit.
Also, e6 is a bit strange. Like, why not knight f6?
Yeah, so that's a strange dialogue. I agree, right? I agree. It's not there is nothing wrong with e6,
of
right?
Course.
But perhaps you would still prefer to keep an option of, like, let's say, I can actually make an argument against e6, so that if you go knight f6, in case of g3. Let's imagine white plays g3, not the best move, right? I mean, you still keep an option of bishop f5 and setting the reverse London, right? Which works perfectly against this combination of moves. When you played g3 and you went with the pawn to d4. After e6, some would argue that g3, especially if you're a big fan of, of the Grunfeld, because the most challenging move against g3 is c5.
Okay.
c5, and then you play the Grunfeld with colors reversed, bishop g2 and so on. Because if you don't do this, if you don't play c5, then I may argue that I've gained something without giving something away. Because now you no longer have a bishop b4 check against the Catalan, right? So you have to play bishop e7. And by modern standards, it's still the main line. So I'm not avoiding something drastic, something very special. But but with normal moves order, bishop b4 is a bishop b4 check, right? Bishop d2, and then bishop e7.
Is more of a
used to be kind of strictly the main line for quite some years.
Yeah.
So those, like on move 2, move 3, sometimes it seems irrelevant what people are doing, but they are usually trying to avoid something or lure their opponent into something kind of unknown territory.
Right.
e6, c4, d takes c4. Queen's gambit accepted, still. So now the question is, what do you do? Do you play e4, trying to get the same systems against the Queen's gambit? Do you play a modest e3 move? Do you panic and play queen a4 just to win the pawn back because you might not later on? No, seriously, like a play e3, what happens if black goes b5? A4, c6, right. So and this time you can play c6, right. If the knight's on g1, pawn is on e7, it's not possible at all.
Because the queen f3. Right?
Yeah, this is, but this one is kind of playable. I'm not claiming it's anything good, but in b3, I mean, I want to play in spirit of, what's it called? The Nottebohm-Slav, right? So how it's done, I'm not entirely sure. Check? No, check, you'll kill bishop d2, right?
But do you want to, after bc4, generally you want to push b4?
Yeah, exactly. After this capture, like b4 will be my move.
Just knight
so
f6.
There should be the way to get to these Nottebohm positions. But not clear. Okay, dc4, yeah, e4 is also something to discuss. Then that's actually what he does. He probably is forced to go b5 then, because here, like compared to the usual queen's gambit accepted, black has forgotten to develop the bishop to g4 or f5, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we talk like usual queen's gambit, d4, d5, queen's gambit accepted, right? e4, and there is this system with knight f6, e5, knight d5, bishop c4, right? And then what they do, some knight b6, knight c6, and so on. And very often white puts the knight on e2 because knight f3 is answered with bishop g4.
Right.
Anyway, something seemingly original.
So he played e3.
He played e3. Yeah, I mean, there is nothing wrong. I mean, you can try b5, but there is also nothing wrong with just going knight f6. You know.
And also after b5, should white include a4 or he can go b3 immediately? What is the difference?
B3. I mean, technically, I can claim that I'm a pawn up after taking this.
And there is
right?
c6. Yeah.
It's not that I'll enjoy it greatly, right? I mean, white still has full compensation.
Yeah, sure.
So you're gonna take and so on. Takes. Yeah, white's probably not worse, but eventually I just go knight f6, develop castle, go c5. Yeah, probably return the pawn. Those are actually quite boring positions, in fact, because the black plays.
Actually, instead of on bishop d3, there is maybe queen a5 check, because
Queen
bishop
a5
d2
check.
there is b2.
I was thinking briefly, bishop b2, this takes. There is a chance I'm trapping the newborn queen there. Like go queen c2 and then bishop c3. Do you stop bishop c3? It's not clear.
Nice.
Yeah. I love these lines, and like, when a white promotes the queen on h8, black promotes the queen on a1. I mean, it's actually can come from something very, very similar, like e4, b5, knight c3, knight f6, blah blah, and then at some point white goes e5, black goes b4. You take, black takes. You take on g7, and so on. Right. So. For the time being, it's probably the position none of those players has prepared. It may, of course, transpose after knight f6, and you will have just a boring queen's gambit. Right. Second game in the same pool is Grischuk against Shankland. Here we have a check on b5, knight d7, d4, and knight takes d4.
So queen d4 is the main move, right?
Yeah, I thought so. That was, I mean, d4 is not the main move nowadays, right? The castle or...
bishop d3, c3.
Still, like castle, then bishop goes to d3. The bishop a4 some people play for whatever reason, right? I think it's here. Or wait a second. Or maybe castles, knight f6. I mean, I remember there's like early bishop a4, so bishop moves to a4 without being asked with a6.
Yeah.
d4, yes, it is the line. Then after c takes, you were supposed to take with the queen, right? Knight takes is a little bit strange because you went to b5 with the bishop and then you are playing the normal Sicilian. On the other hand, one may say that black played knight d7 kind of too early, and he was supposed to go to c6, right? Interesting moment then, knight f6 and c4. This is the pawn, as far as I understand. It could have been taken. Shankland decided, or probably knew that knight c4 is dangerous because he didn't spend that much time.
Yeah.
So he went g6 and knight c3. So now we have a Marozzi structure, right, with bishop being on b5, which is new. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but it's kind of not very usual.
Yeah.
Not very usual. And white has to decide about this bishop's fate quite early because, say, I go castles, black goes castles, Then you play one more irrelevant move, and then black jumps with that. Like knight b6, for instance, now is sort of a threat, right? Or knight c5 is the tempo. Like I go bishop e3, I think knight c5 is already kind of a little bit annoying, and then maybe not, right? Maybe not. Maybe you just go f3 and you're fine trading the bishop. Knight takes, queen takes. What's the big deal?
Okay,
So maybe knight b6 was better, no?
Yeah, but why not take it on d7 then? Not to think about these things.
Yeah, so that's a legit argument. So that's actually what I was kind of hinting at. That very often white would, let's say, after black's castle short, maybe white would just take, which still shouldn't promise them any advantage, right?
Yeah.
So Grischuk kind of finds something original to play, but is it really like serious system? We don't know.
Right.
Then pool B, and I'm starting with with appetizers, which would be Harikrishna and Tabatabaei. Ooh, I think I've seen it. It's a very, I mean, first of all, they've played 18 moves already, right? I remember discussing this position with someone. It's the Open Spanish, this thing that I think Harikrishna played once.
Here,
if I'm not mistaken, right?
Okay, we had maybe 3-4 games.
Yeah, we have we had quite a few games of Open Spanish. I think one of them was Harikrishna's game against. Am I right? I don't remember. Okay. Anyway, bishop e6, bishop e3, bishop e7, c3 castles. Yeah, and I was to bring this up when we were talking about about one of the games. Yeah, bishop g4, h3, knight takes d2, and it's forcing after h3. Knight takes d2, then yeah, you can't really comfortably capture on d2, so that's why you sacrifice an exchange basically. Knight f1 and king f1. d5 is hanging. Knight a5, bishop d5, c6, bishop e4. You trade it, knight c4, white goes bishop c1. It's a mysterious position because you would think, yeah, black just exchange up for nothing. Rook a d8 and white keeps the rooks. Rook e1. And it's not that easy unless you've specifically looked at it. It's not that easy to play for black because white has some plans like g3, king g2, or I don't remember against which move, but white also, I mean, we were looking at this position, like king e2, rook h1 might be the idea as well. And then if you go g6, you lose the flexibility completely because white might even go g5. If you go h6 once again, white has g5, yeah. So it's not as not as harmless as it would seem. c5, yeah, there was some bishop b7. Was it here? Like bishop b7, and I'm planning to take this guy, and there is no comfortable way of protecting it. If a5, bishop c6 or a6, maybe a6, interestingly. And I'm targeting this. After rook b8, I have a4.
Yeah, but what does black do?
After bishop b7, probably does something on the file, like kind of not caring about the a6 pawn. Or rook, no, wait a second, bishop b7 is too early, I'm being stupid. Rook b8, yeah, you cannot take. You cannot take because this. Possibly, I remember bishop b7 as the move, I mean, that's why it causes confusion. Possibly b3, knight b6, bishop b7. Okay, this might be it. Because now you can't really trap the bishop, right?
Yeah, but
a5, now you're not winning the pawn, I agree. Bishop c6, b4 and c4. And then you kind of play this position with white. And one has to agree that the rooks are kind of fairly restricted, right? It's not that easy to prove that, okay, rook is better than the light-colored bishop in the pawn.
Right.
So it's a very interesting try for kind of for one game, especially if your opponent is not prepared. And okay, and the main game for Pool B is, of course, this one, Vitiugov and Giri.
So this is some Tarash, I guess?
G3, and Anish went with E6 and D5, yeah. Tarrasch, and then a3. Takes over here, bishop c5, bishop e3. Now yeah, knight g4 runs into knight c6, right? So that's why bishop b6 first, bishop g2, castles, and queen d2. All being blitzed out by Vitiugov, more or less.
It seems weird, this move order. Yeah.
Yeah, like a3, early a3 is not clear, right? And the fact that he's postponing the
castle, yeah.
Right. So one would start to suspect like long castle one day, but it's really hard to justify.
So what happens on knight g4?
Knight g4, yeah. I mean, first of all, I was debating this, knight takes c6. But then you can actually take with the pawn, right? You're not forced.
Yeah.
Because this is probably better for white, right? I take here, bishop takes, king takes. The knight is trapped, though, so knight f2 might be, kind of playable. But even then, rook f1, now you can't go back to g4 because knight f7, bishop d5, right?
Yeah, right.
So you'll need to do this. Then, I mean, white is better even after very simple way. Knight f7 and upper pawn, and maybe I'm not even taking the pawn, but exchange on f7, go king e3, and then such a nice position for white. Yeah, such a nice position for white. So knight g4 is a legit question, of course. Yeah, taking on d5 as kind of as an idea.
Knight e3.
Knight e3, I have to take with the pawn, right? It's ugly. The pawn structure is ugly, right? But the knight on d5 is kind of impressive. So it might be this. It might be that he's planning to do this.
Interesting. No, I like the choice of white.
Yeah, I mean, he is confusing Giri quite a bit, with this moves order.
And also he should sort of try to react, quickly, because the position is strategically probably not that good. Because of d5 pawn.
Yeah, but that's what they do. Like, that's what they do. I mean, it's... I want to, for some reason, call it Dubov's Tarrasch.
Yeah, right? I mean, probably he was avoiding this with his order, Vitiugov,
yeah, with
right?
a3 and so on, So, I mean, usually black keeps the balance by doing, like, strange things, right, in these positions. I'm thinking how serious would be to go knight e5 and then trying to get to c4, since white played a3 and now, like, going b3 is feels like a little bit too much. Maybe it's still possible. Go b3, if knight g4, you just move the bishop and say, okay, I don't care really.
Yeah.
And then the knight is kind of hanging in the air. If knight f2 doesn't work anytime soon, then you're in trouble.
Right.
Okay. So at least, it's not anything forcing.
Yeah.
Giri was surprised at the early stage, so this might be an interesting game. Moving on?
Yes, he'll take, I think, a lot of time.
Rapport with Shirov. This is what? c4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, d4. English opening. 6 and bishop f4 and d5. This is some, how was that? I mean, you can always take on d5, kind of back off, and that's what he's done. It used to be this line, knight b5, and then e5, and then you take here, and you take there, and you take on c6. I remember something like that.
No, I haven't
and
seen
then, that's kind of, once again, oldish theory, and then you have to recapture the pawn, queen d8, king d8, castles long with a check, and it would go on and on. C takes d5 is much more sane move, but at the same time it probably doesn't promise too much in terms of advantage.
No,
I think you take with the knight. I think you take with the knight.
The knight c6.
Knight
right?
c6, yeah, pawn takes.
And
bi-
bishop
and bishop
d2,
d2.
yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough, you can do that. But I guess it's very close to equality. Like you go e4, he takes, and then just it's one weak pawn, but yeah, but black should be fine.
Right.
Taking back with the pawn looks scary, right? Knight b5 and
How do you even stop?
no,
knight
yeah,
c7,
no.
right?
Wanted to say no comfortable way of protecting against knight c7. Maybe there is just no way of protecting against knight c7. And what else? Knight d4. Technically, knight d4, queen d4, e d5 might be played. But still, right? Looks dangerous.
Yeah, e3. There is also some bishop e5 check or e4.
Yeah,
yes.
like
e4. I like.
e4 is
I like,
interesting, at least. I
E4
mean, it's
is
probably
nice.
like we are saying interesting. It should be some theoretical
No,
line,
yes.
yeah, that people know. But
Okay.
I believe it's already played. Knight takes d5. It's already played.
He took on c6.
Logical. So Rapport, of course, given the tournament situation, he will prefer to be as solid
Safe,
as possible.
yes.
Yeah.
No, it's very enjoyable situation. Also, he is white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has the white pieces against, bishop d2. Gets this position that you can practically never lose. Right. And also, kind of, if he would be playing against sort of direct rival, the situation would change.
Of
Like,
course.
but for Shirov to find motivation for
Yes, yes,
yourself,
yes.
having kind of being tied for the last place, having the black pieces,
of
it's
course.
clear, no chance whatsoever to qualify, right?
Yeah.
So that's your last day at this tournament, and
Right.
many players would kind of accept a draw if there is a chance, right?
Right.
All right, so there is that, and there is also Fedoseev with Vidit. Which is
Petrov.
the Petrov. Knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight e4. Hang on, so far, interestingly, we've seen more Petrov with d4. Knight takes, bishop d3, and surprisingly,
Knight c6.
I think 3 out of 3 games that were played with knight c6.
Yeah. Right.
So here it's more of a serious Petrov, knight c3, exchange on c3, bishop e7. We've gotten there castles, and rook e8, king b1, knight f6, bishop d3. Is it still like Carson Caruana? No, rook e8 is kind of an extra move that you probably don't need. I mean this c5 knight a5 setup. It's not here, right? It's not here. You don't need rook e8 for that. Now it's he's probably switching to this d5 move and so on. It's interesting with the Petrov, with those systems with knight c3, because black can do a lot of different things, and it's all, I don't think it actually it's strictly connected with the evaluation of the lines of resulting positions. It's just about the fashion, the trend, because it used to be that black would only go for castle long, knight c6, bishop e6, queen d7, if you rewind like 10 years back or something. So one Chinese player was playing this, and some Leko, I think, so it must be even earlier than 10 years back.
Yeah.
They would only go for castle long. So white is preparing castle long, bishop e3, queen d2. Why don't we do the same? Right?
Yeah.
And there would be a couple of, like, by that standards, really harmless positions where white would get a pair of bishops, but black would be super solid. I could try to recall how it's done. Well, basically, the point being that somewhere white would go, I mean, I'm not sure if this is the move, but white would go knight g5, black would take, go f6 and castle.
Yeah,
I mean, the setup would be like this. Yeah, would go here and then would castle long. And yeah, and those positions they would change in kind of perception. First, Black would say, oh, okay, it's absolutely fine. I don't want anything else. But then somehow White finds it like a little bit of something, a little chance to play. And now, as far as I understand, people are not happy. So nothing wrong with those positions, but people are not happy even suffering a little bit. So they play this opposite castles line because they believe they can just equalize and basically make a draw without getting involved in the game.
Yeah, right.
Interesting. Even though objectively, I would say like these positions are much more dangerous, right? You misplay this castles long system, you're slightly worse. Here, it's very often that White gets some sort of an attack. But so people trust themselves, right?
Yeah.
so they think nothing bad can happen.
So Black basically has two plans, right? He can try to play in center with d5 and to try to attack with, as you said, c5.
Yeah, but I think c5 is kind of too late already. So I'm guessing, I mean, I don't remember, even though I've played the game. That's funny, I've played the game with this system. Yeah, and I think it was like that. Yeah, knight f6, you want to jump to c5 to e4, and then after bishop d3, you play this. And more or less to any move, you reply with queen a5, bishop e6, and so on. Yeah. And Magnus Caruana, I think it was like that, yeah. And it was the same in my game against Ashikiran, yeah. c4 and trade the queens. And somehow defend with Black.
Yeah.
I think, I don't remember, I think bishop takes, and then I played h6, and Fabi played rook e8 or something. It's kind of both are called to fight with knight g5, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, but this is known. This is kind of less known, but perfectly playable. What I don't like, I mean, from Vidit's perspective, is that he spent some time already. And if you don't know for sure what you're doing in these positions, this is the way to actually get to get in trouble.
No, but do you think, I mean, how does he approach this game? Is he like, generally, does he think he have a chance? Or,
like,
I mean,
yeah,
does he even think about these side things?
That's hard to say. That's hard to say. I would still, I mean, knowing myself, I would still believe in some sort of miracle, and it wouldn't necessarily happen, but I would kind of keep in mind when I would be choosing the opening, right? So I would think, yeah, maybe I need something that I can play a little in case Rapport misplays it completely and loses with White.
Yeah, right.
So it's, of course, you know, even kind of probabilistically, chances of Vidit qualifying are very slim, right?
Yeah.
So he has a very tough opponent with Black, and also Rapport with White can just kind of force a draw, try to force a draw. But yeah, but honestly, like being in Vidit's shoes, I would be, you know, I would be dreaming of this scenario, and therefore probably would play some sharp Sicilian and lose in 20 moves. So. Yeah, but that actually this kind of a game might become sharp enough so that Black also, I mean, under favorable circumstances, Black might as well win in those setups. Okay, so let's leave these guys as well. Just quickly, we'll check one more time. Rapport with Shirov. So bishop d2, bishop b4, and now. Like, I think if you want to play for any sort of advantage, you go queen c2, I mean, you protect c3. But if you want to qualify to the semi-final, you actually go e4, knight takes, bishop takes, and say, okay, try to avoid more exchanges, right? I mean, and then you take, in some order, you take on d1, you take on c3, and we agree a draw happily, right? And I think if anyone, I think it's Black who has to be just a tiny bit more careful, right? Because White gets to develop the bishop first, like e5, bishop c4, and king c2, and I'm taking both files. I think. Black, yeah, black obviously has to have no problem equalizing, but if anyone, it's him who has to be careful.
But also after queen c2,
After queen
e4
c2,
can't
yeah,
be
like,
stopped. So
yeah, like white is
Yeah.
white is perfectly fine and can hope for more than just an equality.
right.
Just that, I mean, since we've noticed that e4 basically means more trades and still equal position, equal structure at the end.
Okay, if you were in his shoes, let's say, would you play e4? Or?
No, I always, I'm not sure what's the right decision. I mean, my decision, I was never able to play for a draw, even when I would be. Okay, I tried once in 90, I still remember, like 1997, I was leading an open tournament with 1 full point.
Okay.
Difference, and I played the exchange Spanish, and I've lost this game. So since then, I promised myself that I'm never playing kind of to make a draw. I might come to the game with the idea that, yeah, draw is good, and I don't know, I might choose kind of a more simple opening. But if there are 2 moves, and I believe one is better than the other, and yeah, in both cases, it's not like after queen c2, it's not a terribly risky move, right? By the way, it was played queen c2.
Yeah.
It's not a terribly risky move.
No, also we've seen, I think, a lot of these examples, especially in World Cup, let's say, when first round is won, then player who won, let's say, play with white pieces. I can't remember. There was some famous example where white player lost. Was it Short, Gurevich?
Yeah, I think
remember
Gurevich Short. Yeah,
it was some French where he
exchange
was.
French.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Exchange French. That the famous game by Nigel. Yeah, that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think
I
you
think
should
the
never try to play for a
general
draw.
recommendation is like, I mean, if you know draw wins you the tournament, and you see that it's a kind of a forced perpetual check, then you can go for a draw.
Yeah, then you can go for it. Yeah.
But kind of playing from move 1 in order to make a draw, it so often backfires, even on a very high level.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so we are not worried the slightest bit for Richard Rapport for now. Yeah, looks like he's in control. And we are moving to pool D, right?
Yeah.
Once again, starting from game 2, which is Yu Yang against Predke. Here we have, just quickly, the Rui Lopez, and black is not pretending he's to play the marshal. He just goes d6. By the way, also something that I've made a lot of confessions. I don't understand this, I don't understand that. Here, I'm still not sure, like, what I want to say. Even if I'm not planning to play the marshal, why don't I play castle? Because it seems that in the worst case, I'll be able to transpose. Right?
Yeah, I know. I had the same question. I have to say.
So yeah, and I still have the secret hope to scare some people out, right? So that they will play d6. They will play d3. So the only thing that I can think of is that after d6, you can't actually play like a pass move like d3 or h3, because I'm sort of threatening knight a5.
Yes.
So it's sort of a little bit more forcing. On the other hand, if you want to play a4, I still think you can play a4. There is nothing wrong.
But after castle, maybe is there a4 immediately? Does that?
You mean after castle instead of d6?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
that's one of the anti-marshals. A4, there is a3. Like
so a4 is the
anything which is not c3 is anti-marshal. You can go d3, you can go d4, h3, a3, a4.
No, I mean probably black is done with this move order. Black is trying to avoid this anti-marshal, right? Is that
d6? Yeah, I
because
mean
bishop d7. He can go bishop d7 now. He is not forced to.
Yeah.
Probably
fair point. Yeah, or even like bishop d6, bishop d7. Yeah. Right. Anyway, in our case, it didn't matter, so we reached the usual usual Spanish.
Spanish, right?
Rook e8, not the immediate knight b8, knight d7 Breya, but rather rook e8 first, d4, bishop b7, knight d2, bishop f8. So it's not necessarily a Breya, but what's the other? What's the other line? Maybe you're still kind of forced to go for a you can go like a3 here or something. Yeah, because this is what? This is Zaitsev or what's the Smyslov system? The Rook e8, I remember people were referring as Smyslov system, but once again, it's so, I mean, one comes from the other and it's easy transposable, right? And anything which involves knight b8 and knight d7, in my opinion, it should be called Prix. I mean, if not the variation, the maneuver is certainly invented by Gyula Breya.
And actually, I think Predke here also played Breyer once. I mean, he at least transposed to this knight b8, knight d7, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Against MVL.
Yes,
right,
yes,
and then somehow they've managed to open up the center.
And he had a good position,
actually. Yeah, like the k4 was played at some point, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so d5, c6, and c4, which is very, very normal. I think what black usually tries to do is, I mean, in terms of exchanges, like you exchange on c4 and then you try to establish the knight on c5 and then the other knight goes here, the pawn goes here, and ideally in some remote future the bishop goes all the way to b6.
Yeah.
That happened, I mean, sounds like unrealistic plan, but more or less all of that has happened in Carlsen's game against Ali Reza.
Yes, I remember.
Remember, I mean,
yes,
I think that there was kind of the first serious clash between the two, Vaikanze, possibly a couple of years ago.
Yes, but I think it was g6, bishop h6, right?
Yeah. The bishop never went to b6. Yeah,
so that's
the structure
also
was
one of
there,
the plans,
and yeah, and g6, and then at some point, Magnus, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, bishop went from h6. I remember kind of dark square bishop joining, and it was the last kind of.
No, after checking that game, actually, I was very sort of skeptical about this whole white's plan because it feels very black's moves are very natural, and what will white do?
C4, black plays knight b6. Interestingly, it was Predke who spent a lot of time. So, okay, knight b6, maybe there is nothing wrong for now. Then maybe other knight goes to d7 and it will go to c4. I just thought, could it be that if you take here, maybe white will intermediately swap on c6 and then go knight c4? Because this is somewhat hanging. Like b3 is not ideal because sometimes you would prefer bishop b3, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't quite understand those positions. They are sometimes similar to, I mean, this center, like one may say it's a Sicilian. Or let's say when after c6, there are lines in Ruy Lopez, and especially if b3 is not played, there are lines where white just takes, right? Takes. And you may argue, from black's perspective, it's some knight of Sicilian he's playing, right?
Yeah, right.
And then, yeah, depending on how white puts his pieces, it's sometimes very relevant, the Sicilian analogy, sometimes it's absolutely different game. Yeah, so I thought knight b6 maybe to make sure that white takes with the pawn on c4. And for white, yeah, it's not that easy. Well, actually, maybe it's just a clever move.
Yeah,
because
what
what white is supposed to do? If you take, I think it's always a takes, or in this instance, actually take on d5. Yeah. So what I mean, this is something that black doesn't like, but this kind of never happens really. Right. Never happens really, because in this case you take on d5.
So what does white do?
Plays a move, right? Bishop d3 might not be all that silly.
Maybe then this knight fd7.
Maybe then this knight fd7, even not rushing with the exchange on c4, right? So all in all, we like kind of black's position as the result of the opening,
yeah.
But also for you, Evgenij, you've played 15 moves. All the pieces are on the board. You have extra almost half an hour, right? I think it's a good scenario, like considering how drawish and how excessively studied chess became.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So knight b6, that's kind of first moment he starts thinking. a4 could be. Can a4 be tried? I'm guessing. And I want kind of, yeah, it looks like I'm offering you a way of trading the pawns, but in fact I want to be quote unquote smart. So if this is taken, I want to go b4. I don't know where it leads, but I mean at least to try. If c4 is, after a4, if c4 is taken, I wonder if I can go a5 here. Or maybe it's just silly.
Taking on b3.
Yeah, takes on b3. I thought bishop takes b3. Knight d7. Take over here. Or maybe I'm just too optimistic. Knight g5 doesn't really make sense, right? Or, I don't know.
Maybe d5. Just
Yeah, d5. d5 is the thing, yeah. I was hoping for something to be hanging. But okay, knight g5 is there, but also knight c4 you'll take. No,
Yeah.
never mind. Never mind. This is not how chess works. So a4 is a little bit too much. Or rather, a5 is a little bit too much.
Yeah,
after
maybe
bc4,
still it's fine.
I'll have to
After
take on
bc4.
c4. But then, honestly, I don't understand why I've played a4. I probably just wasted time, yeah. Because after a4, a5, all that we've described, right?
Yeah.
I think in Magnus's game it was queen b8, queen
Oh,
a7,
yes,
or
I
queen
also
c7,
think so.
and later on queen went to a7.
Yeah.
Yeah. So very likely. Anyway, it's a complex strategic game with a lot of pieces on the board and yeah, no immediate conflict. And then we have Mamedyarov with MVL. And this is something that we've seen yesterday in Andreikin's game against Shankland, right?
Well, not exactly the
No,
same.
no. Yeah, a6 wasn't
There was
played.
a6. Right.
A6 wasn't played. Bishop e7, queen c2. So it is just, yeah, just that. Just the, how do you call it? The Carlsbad.
Yeah.
And interestingly, even a possibility to play the Carlsbad with knight e2, which Mamedyarov decided not to do. Knight d7, bishop d3, h6.
No, it's a weird choice for Bashir, no?
Yes, I mean,
Like,
first surprise, it's not Grunfeld. Right?
yes, exactly.
That's,
I mean, has he played this kind of gambits?
Not really.
Can't.
Not really. I mean, I think he was experimenting with the Slav defense, and it was this 3-day which lasted more than a year between two candidates.
Really?
I mean, you remember, like
Yeah.
he ended up first half of the candidates one of the leaders, and then he didn't play, I think, during COVID times, he didn't play a single game over the board, but he was involved at some point in Magnus's tournaments, this online stuff.
Right.
And this is where I think he was trying, like Meran and yeah, and stuff like that, because yeah, we used to have kind of a common joke because yeah, MVL, he really had poor results, and it ended. I think the impact of you know, this pandemic, not the pandemic itself, but the quarantines and people not playing. It's still for some it was time to train. For some they kind of just burned out, sort of.
Yeah.
And with MVL, we kind of had a common joke. Whenever he would play a bad tournament, so he's saving ideas for the candidates. So that
right.
was
I've
right. So
heard
because
it, actually,
he wasn't playing, you know, the main lines. He wasn't playing his lines, and then the candidates over, and MVL is still seemingly not fully recovered. Hopefully now he's better. Yeah, but. And we still like candidates over, and whenever he would play a bad game, he would say, "Okay, saving ideas for the next candidates." He has to make it to the next candidates first, and that would be a good start.
Yeah,
this
of course.
tournament. Okay, so h6, bishop goes to f4, not h4, interestingly, and knight h5. So white almost invites black to trade the bishop. By the way, if a couple of moves would be included, how is that? No, not a couple of moves. There was, you know, kind of golden classics, this idea, which Alekhine once won against Rubinstein, I believe. Knight takes d5 with connection to bishop c7. Just the thing is,
There's bishop before check.
yeah, there is bishop before check. So I'm trying to recall how exactly would it happen. Like, for instance, castle, knight would be on f3, black would play rook e8, white would castle short. So there is no check and there is no e8 square for the queen. Yeah. But whenever you see knight h5, I mean, it's just a piece of advice. Yeah, whenever you see black going knight h5, knight d5 should be checked. Because here, for instance, it does work.
It's working, yeah.
Knight d5, and when you take, the queen is getting trapped. If you take on f4, white just takes on f4 and ends up being upper pawn.
Yeah.
So here, yeah, as we figured out, it doesn't really work. So after knight h5, just knight f3 was played. Knight takes, pawn takes, and bishop went to d6. Not really unheard of transformation in a pawn structure. Yes, it's been like that in some games. What is different, I want to claim that here black exchanged the knight for the bishop, right? Not
the bishop for the bishop,
yeah, not the dark square bishops. Because yeah, at first I thought I've mentioned this Andreikin's game from yesterday, right? Because if we say kind of try to restore it, takes here, bishop g5, that's Shankland Andreikin, right? e3, knight d7, bishop d3, h6, right? Or maybe bishop d6, yeah, bishop d6, white goes to say queen c2, and then if you go h6, one of the lines is actually bishop f4, right? So here it's probably a much better version for white. Black rarely takes, by the way. Yeah, because if white takes like this, he is threatening
f5, yeah.
Threatening f5 immediately. Okay, but in our game as well, yeah, f5 perhaps less of a threat, but still, it's not that stupid to have such pawn structure. Even if you simply go g3 and presumably castle, and then later on put the knight on e5. Maybe you start by going knight e5.
Right. No, so it feels very like a very good chance for Mamedyarov. I mean, it's very playable position. It's not like some theoretical battle. And so can white castle? I wanted to ask.
Just to sacrifice it. Yeah, I mean, actually, you're absolutely right. It would be a very kind of serious try. Yeah. So if black doesn't take, then you say maybe I won't play g3 at all, right? Then maybe I just go knight e5. And in these positions, the fact that black already has the pawn on h6 is sort of relevant, right? Because f6 will be harder to play. Always some problems on the light squares, right? And if you try to take, well, at least it does look dangerous, right? Like a check. Don't know why this rook. Don't know why this rook. I mean, I do know, in fact, why this rook, because I was thinking knight e5 and then maybe
f4.
One day f4. Maybe it's not enough, you know. Might as well be. Yeah, white, of course, has a huge lead in development, yeah, but might as well be that black somehow solves the issue, like knight takes and then on the other hand, yeah. Bishop e6, I wanted to say, but then you do play like g3, bishop goes f4.
No, this
at least, yeah, at least you are getting quite a few tempi. Yeah, bishop e6 is stupid in this case.
I mean, the question is, does white have to do it? Like,
yeah, so the question is, do you really gain something, right?
Do you really gain
for instance, if
yeah.
you can play knight e5 and black doesn't have anything better than castle, then he castles, you castle, you get the same position, right, without having to care about this f4 pawn. Or maybe if you play knight e5 too early, then black, I don't know, reacts in a different way. And Mamedyarov just plays g3, which is fair enough. After all, why to give the pawn where you can not give it?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, is castle long ever an option? So that if black castles short, maybe one day you'll push these pawns. Not sure about the g pawn because f4 is a problem, right? But kind of go h4 and maybe have ideas with knight g5.
Yeah.
This knight on c3 is not doing much in this structure, right? Doesn't matter if you castle short or long, actually. I have a big question about this knight, where it goes.
Yeah.
because, yeah, especially when you castle long in the normal queen's gambit, very often the knight goes to e2, f4, g3. Here you can go to e2, but what's then? Yeah?
Maybe d1, e3.
d1, e3 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then once again, first you have to decide
Of course,
on many other things. Yeah. You may say, okay, the knight's not moving, the knight is attacking the d5 pawn, so it's harder for black to play c5. That's also a valid argument sometimes, yeah. So it's kind of a prophylactic, more of a prophylactical role. It just stays there.
Yeah.
Basically.
So do you think he's going to castle long?
It would be very much in his spirit, like decisive game, let's just gamble. But I'm not sure about the objective value of this. And as well, like the king is not necessarily safe on c1, right? Maybe it's good to pay a price of couple of tempi, like castle, go king g2, go h4, and still have all the ideas connected with knight g5, but have the king safe.
Right.
Right.
Does he have to castle at all, maybe?
Does he have to castle? Yeah, like going king f1, g2. Yeah, actually what I was trying to achieve, it's better to do with
H4,
just going
h4,
right, and king f1, king g2, if this king is getting checked from e8. You're absolutely right. To such an extent that even playing king f1 simply doesn't seem to be that ridiculous. King f1, king g2, and then you decide. Maybe rook goes to e1 immediately. But this way we are not gaining anything.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it would be 1, 2, 3, and same would be in our position to go king f1, king g2, king e1.
Same.
So king f1 only makes sense if we are planning to leave the rook on h1, right? And go h4. And then why not to start with h4? Anyway, that's an interesting position. That's a very interesting position for Shah. So what to expect? I think we might see some quicker games where nothing is decided.
So do you have some predictions?
For a decisive result.
For a decisive
because I
result.
mean, it's more or less easy to predict Rapport will make a draw against Shirov.
Right.
I think he will try, but unless he kind of gets an advantage immediately after 15 moves, it's very hard to force yourself playing.
Yeah, of course.
Especially, like I would say, some people find it easier when, let's say, draw is enough to win the tournament, but you know you're not risking much, right? And so that's the last round. This is contrary, is not the last round. So draw guarantees you qualification, but you will have to play on. And in this situation, it kind of doesn't really matter squeezing half a point, because there is no benefit to it.
Right.
So I think, like the moment he can force a draw, he will force a draw. Speaking of which, after queen c2, rook b8 was played, e3, not even e4, knight takes c. What's that?
No, it's mistake.
No, it's not.
But why not bishop c3 just?
That's a big question.
But
it's not. I believe it's not a mistake. Bishop c3. I don't know. Queen f6 maybe. Just a wild, that's nonsense.
Maybe queen a5.
Queen a5. Yeah.
But a3.
Went a3. So he wants the bishop, right? If bishop a5, then maybe bishop c3 and kind of no
queen a5,
there,
yeah.
But black goes queen a5 nevertheless. Queen to c1. And black went queen b6. So white can take on b4 now. B doesn't matter really, still.
Knight e4?
I can take on b4, knight e4. I don't know. Once again, if I'm a boring person, if I want to play bishop d3, take on d2, queen b4, I guess.
I mean, how does white here collect pawns?
Takes there.
B2
Right?
is-
I'm pawn down.
Yeah.
So takes here. Probably again a draw, just castle, rook c1, bishop e4, and so on.
Right.
This pawn is probably not running away too far.
Okay, he did take on b4.
He did take on b4, a4, yeah, not like he had. Well, he can actually play bishop c3, right? So that the pawn can't be taken. I don't know if you castle or take c3 immediately, maybe castle first. Let's say bishop d3 or e2, not sure. Like bishop d3, bishop on d3 runs into some tempi.
Yeah.
Castles, queens. Still, it's so solid.
Yeah.
So
Agree.
solid for white. It's almost impossible to misplay it.
Yeah. So okay, here I think we
It's more or less
most likely be a draw.
decided.
Right?
Yeah, Harikrishna Tabatabaei. It's this interesting endgame. So now he went g3, king g2. After c5, just went g3, knight b6 voluntarily. And interesting that here he didn't play bishop b7. So king g2, rook d7.
So you were mentioning rook h1,
Rook
right?
h1, yeah, probably g6 is what he wants. Rook h1,
g6.
Honestly, I don't like the king on g2 because black will eventually double and threaten rook d1. So king on e2 felt like more to the point.
Yeah.
But once again, who am I to disagree? Could be this. And then say they play here. We still, I believe, have to prevent rook d1. And then the big idea is to go knight h2 and g4, right? And f4, f4, and so on. And still, I don't see the reason why the king on e2 would be worse.
Yeah.
Maybe Hari knows what he's doing.
Maybe if king was on e2, there would be some beef.
Yeah, so there'd be some rook e8, and he first of all, he would not go knight b6, like,
Yeah.
right? So here, like if you go king e2, I think some rook e8, bishop c6 though. I remember looking at it once again, and the computer always would say equal. It's one of those positions, actually. I think it's kind of a free advice, and sometimes, sometimes I'm giving like stupid advices, but this one is sort of to the point. So nowadays, when preparing the opening, you have to understand, like everyone has the same computer, so it's very unlikely that you checked first line, right, of the computer, kind of best of the best moves, and your opponent didn't. Okay, if you're lucky, yes, but normally, so you're looking for one of those positions which computer says equal,
Right.
and you understand it might be equal, but it's better to play from one of the sides. It's more comfortable to play from one of the sides. And that to me looked like one of those positions. So then when you look at the computer, anything you do is just 0, 0, 0.
Yeah.
But if you put it on the board and you look from white side, you understand. I mean, you have plans. You look from black side, it's not clear.
Not clear, right.
Yeah, and those are kind of perfect positions. And then you analyze it a little bit and you try to get those on the board. So far, Tabatabaei, though, spent even less time than his opponents, and maybe he simply is aware of the fact that this specific line exists. And I don't think it's a novelty. I mean, it has been played already. This h3 with the idea to sacrifice an exchange has been played already. I think the alternative would be bishop d2 and then take with the queen and knight e5 and queen d5. Might be c6 as well. I mean, might be c6 immediately. I'm not. No,
But
6.
how does it work after
right?
queen d5?
Queen d5, bishop d5, rook d8. Yeah.
Just loses.
So this is not it. This is not it. Yeah. That's nonsense. Exactly. Yeah. That just loses a piece. Queen. Yeah. Probably have to show bishop d5, rook d8. Yeah. And both of your bishops are on the d file. So bishop takes d2 is not impossible.
Right.
Agreed. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. It feels much easier to play from white side.
Yeah, like especially if you've analyzed everything. Yeah, rook d7, bishop f5, rook d8. Does white know that it's much easier to play from his side? Or maybe he, you know, maybe he feels like the tournament's over.
No, they might actually just repeat.
Yeah, that's what
now
I
that
mean.
I'm thinking, yes.
That's what I mean.
And also based on body language,
Yeah,
Harikrishna
Hari,
doesn't
he's
seem
not
to
excited
be,
about playing this position for a win in the game that
doesn't really matter,
doesn't
right?
really matter
Yeah.
much. Yeah. Well, it does, in fact. I tend to forget that there is still like a prize fund and place 3 and place 4.
There is a difference,
couple
right?
of grand difference, I'm guessing. Yeah, so
okay.
that's not necessarily.
But wait, how
absolutely
they
not.
will be sharing the
In case
places.
of draw,
In the case
yes,
of draw.
yeah. So, but if he wins, he'll score 3.
Yeah, right.
And for instance, if Vitiugov doesn't win, then he will tie with Vitiugov. So, so that's might be quite a difference in money. Like once again, I mean, for at the scope of a tournament, like you could have won whatever it is the first prize, and then you are sharing the small money. But if someone tells you, okay, now if you win this game, this one game, forget about the tournament. It's 3,000 or something.
Of
yeah,
course,
and then,
yes,
okay, why not?
Right. Especially if the position is such that you're not really risking.
Yeah,
anything.
the feeling is like that's kind of a good scenario for such a try, because it's really hard to see how white actually gets in trouble, right? So white is super solid, if anything. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of jumping from game to game. That was what? That was pool C.
Yeah, pool C.
Pool B. Let's. No,
that
that's
was a
already
pool
pool B.
B.
That's
Pool B.
already pool
Yeah.
B. Yeah, pool C. We kind of checked. No, we checked. I checked one game, right? This Rapport game. Fedoseev Vidit. This is Fedoseev Vidit. Bishop D3, D5, H4, C5, C4, and regret to not H4 but H3, right? Regret to inform you, but this must be known as well.
Okay, but Vidit is taking
Yeah,
a lot of
Vidit
time.
takes a lot of time, which is quite a surprise.
Does black
But
go
is it? Wait a second. Is it known?
D4?
What does he do? Like D4, Bishop F4. You kind of have to have pieces a little bit different, I think, because now it's kind of hard to organize Counterplay. Perhaps I have to mention that all those positions are usually not very good, right? I mean, if you trade the queens, and the fact that you've played C5 and somehow kind of weaken the squares on the D file, and also the bishop on C4 is very good. So I'm not sure. It could be bishop E6, knight G5 again. Because sometimes what I remember, they allow you to take, and then knight takes D5. Is something like that a move, or I'm just delusional? No, it's not here. No, never mind. I mean, it was somewhere that you would offer this sacrifice, like king takes, queen D5, and something, bishop E6, and you would have compensation. But here it's a little bit harder to believe. Okay, so maybe it's not for nothing he's thinking, because it all looks familiar to us. I mean, I've seen this position, that position, but not exactly, right? So ideas are the same, but already it could be already that, that everything's off, and the position kind of doesn't work for him. But we are kind of not that worried.
I wanted to say maybe there is some idea with B5.
Immediately,
Yeah.
Bravo. Bravo. B5 might be the case. Yeah, I take and he goes C4.
Right.
This might be the line that I was trying to recall. I'm not sure what white does.
Okay, he has to retreat to E2.
I mean, it's like if you go to E2, then knight D4 is an option. And you can't go to D4 because bishop F6, right? So you'll have to play a passive move, like this, for instance, or this. then you might as well just play for the compensation. Like go bishop f6, right? You know, not winning the pawn back.
Yeah,
again.
this
Looks interesting from black's perspective.
yeah, right.
Not necessarily good, but interesting.
He's about to make a move. I'm really
Knight
curious.
f2 is an idea.
Yeah. Okay, but after b5, white can take on b5 actually. Yeah. Oh, he played it.
He does
played
play
it.
b5, yeah.
Yeah.
White can take on b5, but then you go c4 nevertheless, I guess.
And then bishop e2.
Bishop e2,
And then again
then somehow you maybe now you have knight
d4, yeah.
knight d4.
Maybe instead of c4, I thought just a6, try to sort of keep the center.
So it's
Yeah.
kind of the Benko
Yes, yes.
gambit without the Benko gambit, yeah. Could be, yeah.
Yeah, so this position is also interesting actually.
Just that the game is not much interesting, yeah, but
Yeah,
the
yeah.
position is. Sorry, I jumped to Rapport once again just to double check that, yeah, this guy is not planning to lose. This guy is not planning to lose, therefore. The other game might not have any kind of really
High
impact,
importance,
impact on the cross table. Back to key game in pool B, which is Vitiugov Giri.
And can you check Giri's time?
41 minutes. This is unbelievable. He's not. It's not normal. I mean, he knows openings very well, right? Knight a5. So knight a5, arguably better than knight e5 that I was trying to do. Because same knight c4 idea plus b3 is not possible. You take and take, right?
Yeah.
Rook d1, knight c4, take the bishop, go rook e8, go bishop g4. Targeting this guy.
But it's not really attacked, even after castle?
Yeah, castle, I think he does this. He
bishop
takes
d4.
d4
Right.
and he takes e2. Oh, wait a second. Knight d5 doesn't really work, yeah? Knight d5, you'll take f1 and there is no jump. Bishop d5 is possible, right? Bishop d5, yes. So now bishop f1, you can take here and king f1, and who knows what's that. But at least pawn and the queen.
Yes, pawn.
So at least you have some reasons to be better. And after knight d5, I don't know, maybe a rook d5. Maybe a draw because, like the king is weak, right? So I'm debating, like you go queen b6, let's say, and what do I do? Because if I take, it's just a draw, right? And I don't see the reason why I'm better after rook e1, so probably I do take.
And what about h3? He just wants to go to h5 or what?
Yeah, I think he wants to be, or kind of accepts to be pushed to h5 and then g6. What I was thinking, can this be, wait a second, can this be a move? Because you do not expect these guys to blunder like that.
Yes.
But since it's not theory, right? Since he spent some time, probably he's not blundering, it's just that we have to figure out. So my point is very clear, right? Knight takes, I'm taking g4, I'm happy. Bishop d4 in order to press on e2, right? I'm taking f6.
Queen f6.
Queen f6, queen g4, bishop b2, right?
No,
there is a better move, right?
Yeah.
So then it's nonsense. Yeah, knight d5, he just takes and this is pinned. And obviously taking d4, giving away e2 is not what I was planning to do. Yeah, so knight d5 is not a move. h3, he'll go bishop h5.
How is that?
Bishop, like bishop f3 something. Or even, no, like knight f3, he'll move d4. It's an awkward, kind of awkward position. Wait a second, can I play this strange move? So now if black does not create a threat, I'll be able to castle, and bishop d4, I'll take queen d4. But on the other hand, rook d2, I have no longer have squares for the queen, so you can play bishop c7, I'll have to go here.
H6.
Can play h6, I'll have to go here, and I'll be very scared. I mean, I don't know if it wins for black, but I'll be very scared with my queen here. But now I do have knight
threatening,
d5.
yeah, knight d5.
So let's say king h7, I'm just on time with knight takes d5, and g5, this is also happens to be a check. So,
Yeah.
so I'm taking the bishop on g4. Interesting.
Yeah, rook d2 is a nice move.
D2,
I mean, it requires some
yeah.
calculation because it looks a bit scary.
maybe it's better to start indeed with your h3, and if bishop h5 happens, then rook d2. So at least after this, I'm kind of more comfortable going to h4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like ideally, if white finishes to build up his position, like castle's short, some e3, right, he's probably better because the d5 pawn is still weak. And the dark square bishop, as much as we like to talk about pair of bishops, dark square bishop is not that terrifying.
Maybe there are some ideas, let's say in this position h3, bishop h5. Let's say before black goes bishop, okay, rook d2, yeah, before bishop goes to c7, to first go bishop a5 to sort of make this knight on c3.
So if you provoke me to go before, then yeah, then the c file is weakened, yeah.
Some ideas.
Fair enough. It might be once again one of the ideas in this position. Not even like, not really relying on white playing, not playing h3, like bishop a5 before you go somewhere else, to provoke b4. Looks nice, yeah.
In 40 minutes down,
it's not very common, yeah. It's not very common. Anish typically plays very fast because he knows his opening as well, and also it's like being down to 42 minutes after 15 moves. It's not what you expect from Anish usually. So that might be a good sign for Vitiugov. Maybe he'll have a chance. So I suggest we go one more time to pool A to check what we have here. Grischuk and Shankland. Here Grischuk, who was the guy to bring a surprise, he is down to 40 minutes only. After both sides castled, he indeed captured on d7. Went queen d3, knight g4, knight f3. I mean, I don't know what he's doing. Takes, bishop takes c3. What is it?
okay, bc3 is forced, right?
More or less, right. I don't think you take with the queen, right? bc3 is forced. And then some queen a4 perhaps. Targeting this.
c4, just rook c8, right?
Yeah, or bishop e6. Knight d2, knight e5.
Yeah. No, white can end up being worse, actually.
Yeah, I'm thinking this. But then, then rook b8 or knight e5, queen e to rook b8. Yeah, I think he will have to give the pawn back. So maybe he's right thinking, just that still to justify this, it's not very easy, right? Queen c3 at the, maybe queen e4, rook e1, take e7. Maybe that's what he means. And if bishop b5, rook e1. But still, I think you take with the pawn. Is it good or not? But you take with the pawn, and only then you decide. Say maybe after queen a4 you'll have to switch to some defensive ideas. But Grischuk's opening experiment didn't really work out that well. And let's not forget, I was talking about this scenario when Shankland wins with black is very unlikely. But now how unlikely it is? 15 moves, once again, twice as much time as Grischuk has, and seemingly absolutely playable position. And not a drawish position, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
he can
Okay, there are opposite colored bishop. That's the like sort of drawing
fact,
yeah, that exists.
But still a lot of other guys,
Yeah. Right, right.
And yeah, and let's check Andreikin and Bacrot. Here it's much quieter. So what happened after e3? Here we only seen e3, right?
Yes,
and
and
then we
we
ran
stopped.
away.
Yeah.
So that and knight d2. What's knight d2? A really modest play. Bishop e2, b5, a4. Actually, something that I would think white gets
Comfortably better.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, white gets some advantage. Like knight b d2 here is a bit of a surprise. And knight f3, I mean, a lot of jumps. Like from here, something with knight a5 or first develop the bishop, that would what I would be looking, because now it does feel like white spent just way too much time. Way too much time on moving this knight. So the knight from f3 captured there, went to b3, went to d2, went back to e3, kind of full circle.
Yeah.
Black's pieces are also not ideal. Bishop on b7, d7, right? The plan possibly could be connected with e4 later on, knight e5. But it's strange again, right? So I mean, you want to play e4, knight e5, and f3, and so on when the bishop is on b7, so
right.
that it's kind of restricted, right? The other idea of pushing the e pawn is to attack the king. You get it on e5, bishop on d3, and so on. Here, white kind of doesn't have any of the above, right? And the fact that black can push the pawn to a5 practically leaves you with no objects to attack on the queen side. So I don't know really.
Also, knight e5 is not really a threat.
A big threat, yeah.
Is it a threat? Because
No.
because bishop b5, black.
Yeah, you'll take and go to b5. No, I think it's one of those cases where like both sides are way too solid. Way too solid for anything to happen. Okay, let's see. We've got message something. A reminder for us that we have prepared, or our crew has prepared the odds for the players to qualify for the candidates, for all the Grand Prix participants, and also for qualifying from this round robin to the semi-final final, right? I was told that it's not based on the tiebreak though. So like scores that you see here, Andreikin having 70% odds and Shankland only having 25.
Okay.
It strangely takes into account the beggar and not the, not the fact that they will be playing tiebreak.
Of course.
So in case of a tie, Andreikin apparently has kind of better Berger or whatever, some tie breaks.
Right.
And it thinks that in case of a tie, Andreikin qualifies. Anyway, it's for Group A, it's clearly Andreikin and Shankland. 90% for Anish is kind of funny.
That's also a bit too much. What is 90%?
Rapport is 99%, interestingly.
Yeah, very interesting.
MVL 61 for Pool D, Mamedyarov 24. Interestingly, Yu Yang has only 15% according to stats.
Yeah, right.
And for the whole Grand Prix cycle, if we have it, I think we do, Nakamura, right, who has already,
won the first leg.
So far the favorite won the first leg, 42.5% of candidate votes. Won the first leg, has 13 points for the victory, and interestingly, his estimated result in Berlin in the last tournament is scoring 4.6 points.
Which would be?
I don't know. I mean, you cannot score 4.6, but that's like not going out of the group.
Not going out of the group, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
So semi-finalists get 7. I mean, if you lose in the semi-final, you lose 7. So it's kind of taking second, something like that. I think to guarantee himself qualification, he will have to
win the group.
Then he's absolutely guaranteed.
Yeah.
The second best chance, according to the stats, is for Giri. Interesting. Anyway. Remember our discussion, Andreikin is playing in Berlin. You were absolutely right.
Oh,
so he was substituted, but he is playing in Berlin. Yeah.
No, it would be very depressing.
I
otherwise,
agree.
I mean.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. And most of Yu Yang has 2.3. I don't know what for. Nikita Vitiugov has 2.6 because they consider that he's not qualifying. Okay, so it's a lot of numbers, but I don't know how relevant are those.
Yeah.
Not sure how relevant are those for the time being.
I'm just curious if it checks like all the factors, let's say rating. I mean, how does this
rating.
work?
Of course, it takes into account the rating, the last game you are playing against what opponent, and so on.
Yeah.
Maybe even like presence of ELO favorites. Like for instance, Anish is the favorite in some tournament where Carlsen is not playing, and he's not a favorite when
the Carlsen is playing.
He's
Yeah,
playing.
right.
Yeah, for instance, just simply by numbers, by ratings.
But realistically, we wouldn't really agree with these odds. I mean, Yu Yang for sure has more than 3%.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, some of them are just simply off, right? Andreikin having such an advantage over Shankland doesn't make any sense.
Strange, yeah.
All right, so 1.5 hours into the round. Once again, reminder that it's a last round of round robin that will be played in Belgrade. I mean, as the part of Grand Prix, because we have a round robin, which just started.
We just started,
again.
yes.
We just started where we have 4 local players, 4 strongest grandmasters from Serbia, and 6 players from all over the world competing. I think only one. So today is the second round. Yeah?
Today is the second round, yes.
We will not be covering that one, but
Unfortunately not, yes.
Please check, guys. It's also a very, very interesting tournament with big names and also young talents involved. I think, you excuse us if we'll go for a quick break. All 8 games are still in progress, so stay tuned. Looks like it will be a lot of fight and a lot of fun today. So, coming back shortly.
We have Alexander Injac here with us, one of the top Serbian grandmasters who is playing at the GM Belgrade tournament, which just started today here at the Crown Plaza, where the Grand Prix is taking place. Alexander, thank you so much for joining us. You drew your game with Navarra today, but this is a very strong field in the tournament here in GM tournament in Belgrade. We have Abdul Satoro, we have Sarana, we have Nihal Sarin, so we have lots of strong players, and obviously a lot of Serbian players. What does this tournament mean for you personally and for Serbia in general? So I'm talking about the tournament which started today, the GM tournament.
For me, it's a great opportunity to test myself with one of the most interesting players in the world. It's a nice mix of Serbian players from Serbian national team, and also we have Abdusatoru, who is the reigning world rapid champion, Nihal Sarin, one of the kind of already known to be a future of chess in a way, and also strong Russian GMs, David Navara, who is a top 20 or 30 in the world player for like 15 years. So actually quite a interesting mix of players, and I'm happy to have a chance to play in it. As for the meaning of tournament for Serbia, I think it's a nice change, and also it's such a strong event. I don't recall being organized since Investbanka tournament, let's say in 1999. So actually it's a nice step forward for Serbian chess, and I hope that a couple of Serbian players will perform well, and one of them, let's say, I would like to be the one to win the event.
So now talking about the Grand Prix taking place in here in Belgrade, which is already into its, well, the end of the fifth round. How important is this event for the chess in Serbia? You're obviously one of the leading figures of the chess community. What are the people saying here? Do they appreciate it? What's the verdict?
I think it's a great event, especially that is organized in Belgrade. As I already said, a huge step forward as a chess organization, and now it's up to us players to kind of raise our level and also perform well at, let's say, Olympiad, and to try to fight for medals in the future.
So in practical terms, how does, I mean, we're talking about Serbia today, but tomorrow, you know, Germany, okay, Germany is a strong power in chess, but tomorrow another country which hasn't hosted a lot of events for a long time will be a host. How do these events, such as the Grand Prix, help the chess community in one particular country develop?
Well, I guess one of the possibilities is I already seen lots of young kids came to watch our tournament, so maybe some of them will be inspired to play chess and start taking chess more seriously, or just enjoy the game, enjoy the process of playing, or whatever. So in that sense, I think it's an important one. Also, many chess fans came to see and want to be able to see the top guys, especially the guys who are playing in the FIDE Grand Prix event. And in that sense, it's like Champions League for chess. So there are lots of chess fans in Serbia, and they're, I think, lucky to be able to witness it, to witness the action live.
Great, very well put, Champions League for chess. Well, thank you so much. I hope you get to play more in that Champions League yourself. Thank you so much and good luck.
We go out into the streets thinking we know it all. We travel to new sites thinking we have a plan. But then something changes. And we discover there is more to this world. Every love story begins with the first look. Our love story began a long time ago when two rivers, the Danube and the Sava, first met under the Kalemegdan hill. Their convergence made the foundation for a city which has been growing for more than 24 centuries. Belgrade's riverbanks keep attracting people to this day. It is a city of many languages, raw emotions and rich flavors. The streets are filled with open people, full of conversation and hospitality. Its architecture represents its inhabitants. Markings of various epochs are toppled next to each other, from the ancient medieval fortress all the way to the theaters, museums, modern clubs. Belgrade has it all. It is a city made to be discovered, flourishing with life, always awake. And all you need to fall in love is just one look. Visit Belgrade. Feel its love.
Okay, looks like we are back. Once again, a reminder, that's round 6 of Belgrade Grand Prix, last round of
The first part of the tournament, yes.
Qualification, double round robin tournaments finished today. Well, some of them technically finish tomorrow if there is a tie for the first. Yeah, there'll be a tiebreak day. But no more classical games within the round robins will be played. Right, so usually when we go for a break, well, whenever we are back, there is one game that is finished. Not today, it seems, but this is, Andreikin and Bacrot, at some point they were writing both simultaneously, and I thought, maybe they're signing the score sheets. Now, so these are, well, one of them is the leader of Pool A, right? Andreikin, Bacrot still maybe nursing chances of winning with black, you know, and maybe tying for the first himself. The other game of Pool A, which is currently on our screen, is heading towards a draw, it seems. Grischuk didn't get any advantage whatsoever with white, right? Yeah, so this line, after all, maybe is not so serious. This is the current position, bishop a3 attacking the pawn on e7. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, probably black should just take, and you know, it's 3 versus 3 after all, right?
Right.
Knight d5 and so on.
Is there some slightest chance to play
to win,
on?
but for whom?
Not
I'm
here,
not sure.
here. Just to try to defend d7.
To defend d7, not to take. But then it's question: how do you defend d7?
Rook c7, maybe.
Yeah, like rook c7, but then you're kind of not threatening this, right? And then even c4 in this setup is kind of hard to break. c4 and rook c1 if needed. Yeah, I mean, if white is kind of never getting ambitious in this game anymore, but only tries to make a draw, I don't think black can hope for any kind of. Yeah, I was actually thinking like if you go c4 as well, and bishop b3. I mean, I was looking for this as the way to make a forced draw. Bishop g5. Again, I'm not sure. Maybe rook c5 now is a little bit critical. But if bishop c4, I mean, I can just take, and this is not kind of 4 versus 3 that you win. But bishop a3 apparently is just an easier way of making a draw. Yeah, so let's assume it's a draw, and Shankland finishes on +1. Then Andreikin against Bacrot, unless Andreikin wins, right? I mean, 2 other results, draw or a win for Bacrot, guarantee us a tiebreak.
Yeah.
Yes, Andreikin really spent a lot of time moving his knights around, last move being knight e5. Black replied with bishop b5. I think, yeah, it's really hard to imagine white. Maybe takes here and then e4 or e4 at once. Yeah, maybe that's kind of the last chance of confusing matters.
And on bishop b5, just to make sure, black will take with pawn or queen?
I think taking with the pawn allows knight d7.
Oh, but okay,
so you have to take.
Yeah, of
have
course,
to take with the queen. But I thought, in fact, that it's not that bad, right? So you keep the queen on the semi-open, you keep the b file semi-open. So your a6 might be a little weak, but so is white's b2.
Yeah.
So in terms of achieving a draw, it's once again, I don't know what his intentions are, right? But in terms of achieving a draw, it's probably, or equality, if you like, it's probably better, it's probably easier to just not have the pawns on the same file. So a lot of potential for swapping, just you take b2, white takes a6, and that's it.
So white doesn't want to take on
e5. I'm guessing, e4, and I'm really hoping that if you take e2, maybe it's more comfortable for me, right? Knight, in this case, in fact, like knight d7 is a threat, so you'll have to go to f6, and maybe white gets a little something by putting the bishop on c3, you know, queen b7, rook e1 for now, like keep the pawn on e4. Black pieces are a little bit restricted.
Right.
Yeah, so maybe e4 is what you do. And then it's not clear if...
Knight f6.
Yeah, probably black is not taking on e2 once again. Maybe he goes knight f6. And then...
It's more difficult for white now. Maybe rook e1, is it?
Rook e1 does protect it, right?
Maybe it
or
doesn't.
not?
Yeah.
Knight e4, bishop b5. Wait. Maybe that's a trap. Knight e4, and then I can take b4. And bishop b4, I can take b5. Bishop e1, queen e1. And it's a strange trap because white wins two knights, yeah?
There's a b5 instead of queen b5, and it's actually protecting.
It is a nice trap indeed. Yeah, a b5, and then the rook is hanging. And when you trade, it's queen a8. So, yeah, white was trapping black, but got trapped himself, in fact.
Nice.
Yeah, black is winning this way. Anyway, I mean, after e4 and knight takes, the other thing you could do, you could take and then go rook e1. But realistically, why white is better at all? Probably not, right? Rook d8. White might be even worse.
Yes, it
white
feels
might
dangerous.
Be even worse.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so yeah, I feel like it's really important if you take on b5, allowing black to take with the queen, or black is somehow forced. Okay, meanwhile, first result, Grischuk signs a draw against Bacrot after bishop a3. There wasn't much. They played very fast. Rook c3, knight d5, rook a1, yeah. Takes here, rook c7, rook c4, trade the rooks. As soon as they've reached move 30, a draw was agreed.
So Andreikin just, he should not lose, right?
Yeah, for Andreikin it's very important not to lose now.
Yeah.
So he guarantees himself a tiebreak against Bacrot. And to speculate, I mean, it's always considered to be, somewhat of a bad taste if you say, like you make a draw and say, I'm a big favorite on a tiebreak, right? So, I mean, it always feels a little bit meh. But in reality, I believe, like, if those two will play the tiebreak, Andreikin is kind of known.
Slight
favorite. Might be a big favorite, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he's not very, kind of not universally acknowledged as the very good blitz and rapid player, but within Russian tournaments and also on internet, he's known to be very good.
Yeah.
For Bacrot, I mean, we haven't heard much about his abilities of playing fast time
Yeah, and I
controls.
actually haven't seen Shankland playing this World Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever played. I might be wrong, but I just don't remember.
Yeah, probably he's not bad as well, but
Of course,
yeah.
of course.
I would consider Andreikin to be a favorite if the tiebreak between him and Shankland is to happen. Then for Pool B, once again start with Harikrishna and Tabatabaei first. Not much has happened because white has spent a lot of time.
So he didn't repeat.
Yeah, so he decided not to repeat, and interestingly, he went bishop c2 here, not after bishop f5. I mean, you can have pretty much the same position with black rook on d7 on d8, right? He decided rook is better on d7. Better for white, that is. Yeah. It's not clear though how to continue. I mean, still some rook h1 or g5 is what I'm looking at. But that's exactly, that's exactly how it looked, I remember, when we were checking with the computer. Because black was supposed to play some strange moves. I mean, that's why we've concluded it's easier to play with white, because white at least has some sort of a plan. And black was just hovering around. I mean, the computer would say it's equal and then play some random rook move.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, now what Hari achieves with all this kind of pendulum maneuvering with the bishop, you go here and then you go back and then you go here. After rook d8 and bishop e4, yes, you got the rook on e8, now your move again, right? And you cannot play rook d7 because bishop c6.
Yeah, interesting.
So it's not that it achieves much, but it kind of makes life a little bit difficult for black.
But what is white's plan? I mean,
maybe there is no.
like
I mean, still like g5. So I imagine getting the pawn on g5, getting the knight via h2 to g4, Maybe not even getting knight to g4, just go g5 and go f4. Connect the pawns this way. Right? So it doesn't matter where the knight's going. So g5 and somehow f4. I don't know where the knight has to go for it. King, I would still argue that it has to be on e2 or maybe even e4 later.
Later on, yeah.
Later on, yeah. If I can force these pawns to move, I wouldn't mind this. Bishop b7, bishop 8, like, yeah, okay, let's play some stupid move. Maybe not so stupid move. This. And now I actually win the pawn, right? Because a4, bishop c6, bishop b5.
Right. That's one of his points, actually, right?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if black has to play like rook c7 and not rook d8. But then once again, something has happened in the position. Black had to leave the d file. And then maybe once again we are back to this plan of advancing the g-pawn. So it's exactly that. White doesn't have any kind of plan of winning the game. There is no such setup that we can say, okay, white achieves this, and he's winning. But it's awkward. It's awkward for black. That's basically it.
Also, let's say if black plays g6, is it a huge sort of
is it such a weakness? No, probably. I mean, we could already force him to do this, like by going rook h1, because h6 feels always like a bit of a hook, right?
Yeah, right.
After h6, I think g5, and then like taking there already loses because of check and bishop f5.
This is nice.
Okay, maybe not lose it. Maybe there was exaggeration, but white can win back the exchange, right? You probably go g6. You don't lose.
Right.
But yeah, anyway, h6 seems dangerous. So if we wanted black badly to play g6, we could have done this by going rook h1, g6, and then continue from there. So apparently that's what he will end up doing.
Maybe the position is just, how to say, like just so equal that they should just repeat. I mean, maybe it's one of these positions that there are no real plans.
Yeah, but still, like it's easier to find those irrelevant. Yeah, both sides playing irrelevant moves, right? But it's kind of easier to find irrelevant moves for white than for black. Yeah, so that basically was the argument. That white enters this position and just makes moves, waits for black to make mistake. Ideal scenario would be that you always you also press on the clock, like if the time is shifted, like if white has more than closer to 1 hour, black has half an hour, then I would say it's already part of the advantage.
Yeah.
It's a practical approach. It's not like something's on the board.
Of course,
right?
yeah.
So we'll see. It goes back to d8, yeah.
So now bishop e4 we said,
yeah,
right?
Now I think bishop e4 and bishop b7 is an actual threat.
Okay, what if he just goes back rook f8?
Back rook f8, but still bishop b7, yeah. Wait.
Now
Now you
A5,
want
yeah.
you want a5, and I think this is how. Yeah, bishop a6 now.
b4.
So he doesn't lose the pawn. He goes b4 and c4, and without b3, so a4 doesn't open the file. So it was something like this. We get this set up. We put the bishop on b5, so e8 is covered. You cannot double as well. Okay, in this position you actually can, because you have rook d3. That's why, once again, I cannot stress it enough. The king had to be there. But maybe, no, you cannot do king f1. These guys came.
Actually, you maybe even can, because there is king e2 after.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Takes and king e2, and you trap the rook.
Yeah.
Actually, that's funny, yeah. So let's imagine rook d3 is not such a great idea for black. Then black is kind of left without a plan, right? I'm putting the bishop on b5, and then once again king on e2. Maybe I don't have a plan how to win this position, but once again, the argument is only that white is kind of easier to play with white. Yeah, easier to find moves, easier to play moves.
But here maybe black can go knight a8, knight c7, knight e6. Is it?
And then, like,
maybe knight d4 in future.
I maybe need to return. Or this might be like put it on a4, right?
Knight e6.
Knight e6, bishop e3. Again, it's very kind of time sensitive, right? So for instance, this kind of transformation. If I have 3 more moves, knight on d3 and say king f3, king e4, white is all of a sudden almost winning, right?
Right.
Here you'll probably play d3 next move, even if it's like a pawn sacrifice to open diagonals, to open files.
Right.
So all of a sudden it gets sharp, yeah? For now, yeah, he goes bishop e4, and now black will have to make his mind. Maybe rook b8, just not to give white this option. So it's a strange game. It kind of doesn't decide anything for the group result. And and the position is equal, and yet it can be played almost forever if white wants it.
Yeah, we can maybe move on.
Yeah, we should move on to Vitiugov and Giri. 24 minutes left for Anish.
But white gave pawn.
White gave a pawn on e2. How was it? Queen f4, bishop g4. Yes, castles. Bishop d4, rook d4, bishop e2, and rook b1. Surprisingly, to protect the b pawn. Rook c8. So now, knight takes d5. He's planning to take on d5. And after bishop d5, if I get it right, he's planning to do this.
That's the point of rook c8.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's not like to go to c2 or something, but to have queen c7, sort of with a tempo, right?
And this feels strange. Why did white go for this? Was it really the best way to give this pawn?
Yeah, it's the most straightforward, kind of the most logical. Yeah, the other moves look a bit artificial after bishop g4, like rook d2 and so on. But it's seemingly, it's not that challenging. Like, yes, rook c8 might be kind of the most precise, the strongest move, but even if he doesn't play rook c8, maybe rook b1. I'm still puzzled with this rook b1. What's the point? It might be to support b3 as well, because bishop c4 kind of guards the pawn, and then you go b3 and still chase it away. This might be the explanation why exactly on rook b1. Yeah, so rook was hanging on f1, but you have like different options: c1, a1, then e1. Okay.
So does white have to take on d5? Maybe there is something better.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the answer is I don't know. Rook d5 is nonsense, right? Because that's stupid. Rook e1 now for some reason. Now bishop c4. I think it's just equal. To be honest. Also, in some positions, g4, g5 would be an idea. To chase the knight away and then to take on d5 with the knight. But here you can't even play g4, g5. Yeah, I think it's
g4
just equal.
Maybe it's
g4 he'll take with the bishop.
With the bishop, and then knight d5.
You mean like a tactic like this? Bishop e6.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Bishop
that it's
e6,
working.
knight f6. I mean, technically, you might be even like slightly better. Knight f6, queen f6, trade, take b7. But still should be a draw somewhere, rook b8. Then if bishop goes, bishop a2 or bishop f5. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so he's thinking it. Also, rook c8 is such a move that, I mean, actually the position is such that you can't consider all the moves for black. There are many moves, so he obviously didn't.
Honestly, I don't even see kind of viable alternative to develop an issue. I mean, you can play different moves. You can play queen d2 for some reason, something like that. But like moves with idea, move with I don't know, with some threat. It's not that easy to see.
Also, black probably wants to play queen c7 anyway.
Queen c7 anyway is an option, right?
Yeah.
Rook c4 might be an option. Okay, he takes. So we are waiting for knight takes, bishop takes, and then queen c7. And this is really I mean, it looks equal if you ask me. Don't even see how you pose problems with white. Like rook e1 immediately. There's no threat, first of all. You can trade, go bishop h5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Because I was thinking, yeah, maybe there is something with this pin, but not really. Oops, no,
Yeah.
I mean e1. But bishop b5 kind of works, right? Bishop b5 works.
Yeah, it's good enough. So we have it on the board, queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7's on the board. And after all, maybe Giri just... Yeah, he spent some time, but maybe he just found all the good moves. Okay. Meanwhile, let's keep the score sheet. It's Grischuk and Shankland who already made the draw. Pool C. Rapport and Shirov.
It's already a draw.
It is a draw,
Yeah.
yeah. So we've missed this one. So we can congratulate Richard Rapport on making it out of the group for a second consecutive time.
Yes.
And this time he didn't need a tiebreak. So
Yep.
it was a tiebreak
Yeah.
for him in Berlin.
And he will most likely face whom in the semi-final?
I think it's very straightforward. Pool A plays with Pool B. And so we don't know. I mean,
no,
someone
that's
from
what I
Pool
meant,
D,
right,
someone from Pool D, but we don't know who is that. Is it MBL? Is
Yeah,
it
yeah,
Mamedyarov?
sure,
So we'll
sure.
need to check for that.
Right.
Yeah. So here, I mean, we could quickly, yeah, knight c3, bc3, c5, b5, c4, bishop d7. Yeah, just swapped everything. Fair enough. Ewan was posing some problems, but not for long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very good tournament for him so far.
Yeah, so far, Rapport really played a good tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Fedoseev with Vidit, this Petrov thing, b5, cd5.
C4.
Or d6. D6 used to be the move, really. Yeah.
So this is the theoretical position.
Point being, I mean, no, but there was something very similar. Point being, like when you take, he takes over there, and so on. Now that I want to say, it was with king, in my line that I kind of recall, it was with the king on c1, because after d6, black was sacrificing a pawn. So now what happens, let me show. What happens now, so that, yeah, if black takes, bishop h7, queen d6, that's understandable.
Right.
And when black takes here, white takes here, black has d takes c2 check, right? With king on c1,
He wouldn't have
he would have to take on e7, and that line, it would still work for black.
Right.
Okay, pawn down, but somehow some development and so on. Here he can take on c2, take on e7, so absolutely equal material, maybe some initiative.
For black?
I thought for white, but after bishop b7,
Yes,
realizing that
now
there's bishop b4, it's not even
Yeah,
clear
yeah.
who has the initiative. I mean, should be equal position. Yeah, queen b7, knight h4. Not because life is good. Probably he just wanted to keep the g2 pawn. Queen d6.
Now
But yeah,
it's
but
clear that white is trying to play for a draw, I guess. I mean, after this queen d6.
Yeah, he's not trying to win. That's
This
for sure.
knight h4 feels weird.
He's not trying to win.
So should black try to keep queens?
It's also hard. I mean, if you keep the queens, well, what do you do? Like go to a5, it's meh. Not clear what it does there. Some bishop d2 will be possible. Queen b7, once again. Bishop, first of all, f3. Then if you go to c6, knight on h4 is all of a sudden a very good piece.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, very likely that queens are traded, and then rook d8, rooks are traded, and so on. So one more time. For Fedoseev, wait a second. Yeah, I mean, he has some kind of some motivation to play, or maybe quite a motivation to play for a win, because if I keep the scores correctly, Shirov's on 2.5. We did before this game 2.5. Fedoseev on 2. So if Fedoseev wins somehow, he's taking clear second.
Yeah.
He's
Right.
taking clear second. So in terms of kind of in-group prizes, he takes the most.
Of course.
Okay, Queen's traded on d6. Still, it's hard to imagine how white's winning this. If black is like slightly careful.
Yeah. Maybe some bishop g5 he wants, I don't know.
Yeah, bishop g5. Yeah, well, maybe it's not that simple. Yeah, I'm not very happy with this knight on h4, but now that I'm thinking, yeah, after f3, where the bishops go.
Ah, right.
c2, it's not very stable, right? g6, I will trade. If bishop goes, knight f5. So,
Yeah.
so black actually needs some kind of good move here, maybe, not to be in the slightest trouble.
Also a7 is hanging in some
In
lines.
some lines, yeah, like rook a6. Yeah, maybe it's not that simple,
Yeah.
especially since he's down to 23 minutes, right?
Right.
23 minutes, 23 moves. Yeah, we'll see. a5.
A5,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. Just push the pawns. Right, but I mean, since Rapport has finished, I mean, somehow this game, if it's the last game that is going on, it is interesting.
Yeah,
but till
of course.
that point, it's kind of far less important in terms of semifinals. For Pool D, though, both
Games are important.
are important. So I start with Yu Yang and Predke.
So we left it somewhere after knight
After
b6.
knight b6,
Yeah.
they just build up the positions. Yeah, bishop d3, bishop a3. Interestingly, knight c5, bishop f1, queen to d7. No, what's that? Rook c1 and rook c8.
No single pawn has been
Yeah,
traded.
everything, literally
Everything
is
is
on the board.
Yeah.
From what I know, the knight on d2 sooner or later has to be moved somewhere, because black can wait practically forever with this, keep this tension practically forever. Still, I'm not sure why he specifically needed queen on d7, rook on c8, because now, yeah, like speaking of Carlsen's game, yeah, the queen ended up being like on a7 at some point.
So maybe for white, would it be better to have knight on c3? Maybe knight b1, knight c3? To sort of have a threat of dc6 and then
Getting to the d5
potentially.
square. But I think the moment you go to b1, maybe now is the right moment for black to take. Because if b takes, I'm no longer that scared. Probably.
Yeah.
You can even consider a5 or I don't know, bishop a8 and queen a7. Yeah, I understand the bishop is not very impressive on a8.
Right.
But this is, yeah, like move 20, black is on 22 minutes, and not a single piece being exchanged. So at least it's kind of complex enough. Right?
Yeah.
Complex enough to be played further on. And finally, Mamedyarov with MVL. No, that's not the finish.
Yeah.
They've played quite a lot of moves. G3, castle's short. Guess what? Castle's long.
Yeah. Okay, it's Mamedyarov.
B5, knight e5, queen c7, king b1, rook g1. Nice move. Like g4 is too early, so I'm playing rook g1, but you can be sure that I'm planning g4, right? This, knight a4, knight's traded, c5, bc5, knight d7. Interesting. I have to say, that's a very tricky position. Because yes, opposite colored bishops, but you know, a lot of pieces on the board, right?
Sure.
A lot of pieces on the board. And potentially white will have, like if, once again, if we both have unlimited time, right? I mean, like
Yeah,
I will be maneuvering, black will be maneuvering here. Black's options of opening files against this king are very limited, right? And if white ever gets g5, so what did I mean? It's like maybe you can dream of getting all the way to a3. That's the only thing. But after all, even putting the queen on a4 is not that. Probably you don't do this, right? Queen f2.
Yeah.
So just, I mean, like from the experience, all kind of positions like that, if played slowly, they are good for white. Because even like the d5 pawn is weak.
Yeah.
And if you put it on d4, then the bishop is really bad, right?
Right.
Like, so like, I believe, like even if white attacks it, it's better to just give it away, trade some pieces, because d4, you basically, you keep the pawn, but the bishop is just absolutely useless. Rook d8, I guess queen f5 to provoke g pawn to move, then queen h3 to attack that, and then maybe f5, and if you try to block it, then f4. Okay, something's brewing here. Yeah, queen f5.
So g6 is forced, right?
I guess
if,
so.
if bishop was on f6, still it would be forced, right?
I guess so. You don't want any guests like queen on h7, right? So g6. I'm not even sure if queen h3 is needed.
But I liked your idea with this
queen
f5.
h3 attacking.
And g6 was played.
So the question is if black's actually forced to protect h6. Can he, for instance, consider taking f2? So after queen h6, let's pretend it's queen h6. Maybe there is something better. Yeah, bishop f8, and all of a sudden it works for black. Right?
Bishop g7. Right?
I will have to go here, bishop g7, and I will have to make an awkward move. Like queen g2, black already is not scared, I believe.
Yeah.
Can trade. If rook f2, some queen f3.
Bishop p2, but then
Bishop
queen
e2,
e4.
queen e4. I mean, somehow there is a feeling like white will never go back to kingside attack, right? He might be fine. He's not lost or anything, not worse even. But he'll never get back to attacking the king.
He actually played queen g4.
G6, queen g4, okay.
So probably bishop g6 is a threat.
Bishop g6 is a threat, yeah. And f5 is obviously a threat. So doing more or less the same, but yeah. I mean, we can check. Queen f2, bishop takes g6, pawn takes, queen takes g6. I mean, it's certainly a threat, because in a practical game, do you really want to find out if white only has the perpetual, right? I mean, he certainly guaranteed the perpetual, and he might have more than this. Like, I think queen h6 check.
How do you include a rook?
Rook he1, I think, in the kind of, as they write in their books, in the right moment. So let's say this happens, I'm not sure if I needed this pawn, and then rook e1. Even though I'm not still not threatening to take on d5. Maybe black is objectively fine, who knows. But again, for black to go for this position, it's kind of a desperation. I mean, it's when you don't have anything else, literally.
But also, if it works, it would just mean that perpetual is like the best white can do.
Yeah, you're right.
So
and then for Maxim, it guarantees him a tiebreak. It's not the opposite situation. Yeah, so he might actually spend time and go for it.
So the other option is just to try to defend with king g7, I guess. But then
f5
comes.
happens.
Yeah.
It's not like you are safe here, right? Like
Yeah,
f5 and then g5, something h4 or f4. Yeah. So in a way, you know, without like the bishops and stuff, we would say that black has the passed pawn, right? But with opposite colored bishops, this pawn never crosses the 3 square. In a way, we can say that white is the side whose upper pawn, right? Because when we start exchanging those kingside pawns, like white kind of has more units. F5 and then g5, f4, and yeah. So that's an interesting point made by Mamedyarov. I don't know, bishop f8. It certainly stops bishop g6, right?
Yeah, 5.
And after f5, I'm not sure. Can I somehow say that I'm taking this guy, for instance? And when you take, I'm playing bishop. No, it's not a checkmate. I thought bishop g7, check, king h8, and you can't protect b2, but you can. There is queen e2, there is I don't know, bishop e2.
Right.
So queen e2 is maybe good enough if the f7 pawn survives.
Of course,
right?
yes. Yeah.
If the f7 pawn survives. And even if, like, let's pretend I go to f2, I'm a little bit smarter.
To f8, yeah.
To f8, sorry, yeah. There is bishop e2 always, but just to highlight something, then this is opposite colored bishops and equal material, and white is still better. Right?
After bishop
f3 and
yeah.
this little pawn is kind of always attacked.
So very uncomfortable, actually, decision, right? I mean, it's not like there are so many options.
Yes.
Yeah.
Check.
Bishop e5.
b5, I guess rook d4 already wins material because this is attacked, and also then rook h4 and
Yeah.
rook h5 winning.
Right, right. Yeah. Okay, he's about to. No, he changed his mind. I thought he's about to make a move.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable. You know.
I mean, if black pawn was already on a5, a4, then it would be very different. But pawn is on a7.
I think Schach is really, really good in such
b3,
things.
I think.
B3.
Was played.
Aha. b3.
Wow.
Interesting. It's very ambitious, I want to say. So this inclusion, for instance, doesn't really change much for black. You can play pretty much any line, right? Because white, okay, white gets an extra pawn, but it's not very helpful. If white goes a3, however, there are good news and bad news. Like, good news, of course, is that you kind of got one more attack, and maybe some bishop a3 will happen and so on. Bad news that, I mean, this is a pawn fixed on light square.
So it can
So if,
be
yeah,
captured
if
in the
say
future.
somehow we exchange the queens and then white goes bishop, I don't know, b5, a4,
Right.
so potentially it's a weakness, right?
But it looks scary to play a3
Yeah,
with
a3
white.
is something that
Yeah.
you don't do easily. And by the way, bishop g6, I believe, forces a draw, which Mamedyarov perhaps not considering.
Especially there's queens, there will be some queens to, yeah, important
So
tempo.
check. Okay, let's pretend the black, yeah, kind of king f7 doesn't make sense for black, so black goes back, and then you give another check, and black goes to f8. So now queen c2, it's an interesting, it's an option, but is it a threat, really? I say I go to f5, king, I don't know, g8, and I take on d5. It's not a threat, queen c2, right?
Yeah.
I have like 5 pawns.
Yeah.
I mean, how realistic this line is? That's a question. So again, bishop g6, pawn takes, queen takes. King h8 doesn't make any sense. So here, check. Maybe he has to try to make difference by running in the center, like king f7, queen h5, who knows, king e6 to protect the pawn for a second, then run to d7 after
But
a
it will
check.
run into some rook c1.
Yeah, you are not running too far. Exactly, rook c1. I mean, I'm very scared about this bishop h6 so if I'm playing with black. I mean, I hate these situations where I know my opponent has a guaranteed perpetual, and and he can try basically for free.
Also, but okay, again, from white side, it's again risky situation.
I agree.
Like-
It's like any other situation, any other
Yeah.
game. Like it's round 5, not round 6.
Yeah,
Of course
course.
I go for it.
Yeah.
But now I'm exactly playing against the guy who, in case of a draw, overtakes me by half a point.
Right.
So yeah, that's interesting psychology, because really, like, I'm kind of incentivized to go for complex positions. Yeah, and sometimes I would not even say, this is a position I know I have slight advantage. But I'm thinking, what if I don't win? Yeah, let's go for something more complex, even though objectively that might have been the best chance.
No, after bishop g6 also, what happens if black just keeps his king? h8, g8, h8, g8.
I just
takes.
thought, what happens if he doesn't take? Okay, we won a pawn. He takes here, just in case. Takes here, king a1, probably we don't want to take it. And he goes some stupid move like rook b8.
Oh, this feels so scary.
Scary, but how scary? Discovered checks are, scary. Exactly that. Oh, I mean, maybe bishop check, bishop d5, and then you're still kind of protected.
Maybe rook d5 immediately.
Ah, rook d5 immediately, right. But if there is no checkmate, I can take on f2, you know.
Yeah.
It's just super, once again, a lot of tactics. A lot of tactics there. So it's very sharp position already. Yeah. It's a very sharp position already. Exactly what you want it to be. I mean, from Mamedyarov's standpoint and also from spectators' standpoint.
Of course.
Yeah. So you want the leaders to be as aggressive as possible. So what do we do? Go back to pool A, right? Andreikin with Shankland. Not necessarily what you describe as aggressive. Bishop b5, Andreikin captures, goes knight d4, goes queen b3, so much more modest approach. This, and once again, this knight is moved. I mean, how many moves?
Yeah, I wanted to say, now that I see also score sheet here on the screen, there are so many.
22 moves. Out of those, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then what? 9 and 10. Less than a half, surprisingly. I was almost sure it's more than a half moves made by him. Maybe I've miscounted. Still feels like really a lot.
Yeah.
Really a lot. Still, I don't know. I mean, how serious White's chances of getting the advantage are?
No, I don't think so.
Like rook f2 b8 maybe. Rook c1 queen d8. There is no force that can make me move the before knight, right? So knight c6 is not happening.
No, even black feels a bit more.
Yeah, like in this position, if you look at it, a6 is protected. Maybe black can start doubling.
Yeah.
And so might as well be that it's black who is a bit more comfortable. And Andreikin is down to 18 minutes as well. It's not a tragedy in a position like that. Yeah, so one can speed up in a symmetrical position, but yeah. And they might reach this point when, Andreikin gets slightly worse, offers a draw, and Bacrot says no. Because now it's clear, Shankland made the draw. If Bacrot wins, he is the one who's involved in a tie. That's, once again, it's a very tricky psychological situation, speaking of what we were talking about, like playing for a draw.
Exactly.
Right, because at some point, with all those repetitive knight maneuvers, it seems that maybe White kind of is extra cautious and wants at first to keep it as safe as possible, right? We'll see.
So let's go to Vitiugov Giri.
Vitiugov and Giri, right?
Yeah, so
traded on c7. And no, wait a second. Went rook e1 himself, right?
And Giri took
it. And then Giri took on f4 and went rook c7. Can you do something about this? Does bishop c4 work somehow?
Like rook e7, is it forced? Or rook e7.
Rook
But then-
c7. I'm probably winning a pawn like this, right? And actually get a very serious, I don't know, like very serious might be exaggeration, but I'm a pawn up after all. And you can't even go king f8 because bishop c4, right? And you have to go
This is nice.
so
yeah.
you are forced to
This is
go
nice.
to the corner. You're forced to go to the corner, and I take, and I think it's, I mean,
Rook
I would never
c7,
say this
no.
about the rook endgame, but this is winning. No, it's not only a pawn up. This is winning. Okay, we need to understand what happens there.
So bishop
So
c4.
bishop c4. It's a threat. I want to take on e2. Any kind of capture just fails. g5
Yeah, g5 might be the move.
might be this. g5. And then, funny enough, I can't take on f7 because I have a bishop responsible kind of for both directions, taking on e2 and taking. Okay, let's assume I go to d4. And then you go
No,
rook e7 and you say bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. This is the mystery revealed, right? Because, yeah, at some point I just got a bit scared. I'm thinking, okay, what's that? All right, second try. Rook e4, rook takes, bishop takes. And I'm claiming that I'll take on b7 and checkmate.
So there is bishop
And
b5.
you still have bishop b5, so can't really do anything, it seems.
This g5 move is...
Yeah, but g5 is...
Usually people would just give up on this line. They would see bishop c4 and like...
Yeah, like from afar.
I will not play. Yeah, from afar.
From afar, if you're worried, right?
Yeah.
And you've calculated this rook e7 and it ends up, and then you might be just missing the g5 altogether. Okay. So and the fact, yeah, it's bishop c4 is not such a crazily complex move, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that Vitiugov is thinking probably means that, yeah, he thought it works for him, and then all of some.
Yeah, if there is no bishop c4, it's just a very easy position, right?
Yeah, it looks like bishop c4, g5. Yeah, once again, can't do much.
Yeah.
All right, so that would mean Giri qualifies.
Okay, not yet, but...
Not yet. I mean, if he makes
Yeah,
a draw, yeah. Harikrishna. There are some changes in Harikrishna's game, quite the big ones. So the guy kept shuffling with the bishop, bishop e4, knight d5 played, bishop d2, c4 played. Oof, some breakthroughs. What was that? 3, this, rook d5. Was the original plan to take on c4? And then, even rook b4, sorry, rook c5, rook c4. Because I thought, like, maybe he had something in mind and had kind of change of heart in the last moment, and I even suspected
Rook
that it could
D2
have been
yeah.
rook d2 and take on c3, right? But even like a simple rook c5. So I'm thinking, could it be that what I was saying about white not risking anything, could it be that it's not true? Because now you can actually try to take d2 to take b4, right?
So rook e2 is forced.
Yeah, rook d1, rook d8, yeah? Rook e2 is forced. I was hoping for this, to be honest. Because I can... it's not even a draw. I thought bishop d2, take b3, take e5.
There is back rank, right?
This I cannot do.
Yeah.
Back rank problems. Yeah, I should probably be able to make a draw, but that's suffering. Right? So this is something I don't want. And if I'm serious about playing this, it's c3, but who knows? The pawn is not as dangerous as it would seem. f4, king f3, I might lose it one day because of a3, right?
So this is too ambitious.
Yeah.
Probably just takes on b3, yeah.
Takes on b3 and do what? Rook d3 or rook b5. But then we are heading towards a draw, right? Rook a1, black takes this, white takes this.
Maybe I can try rook a8.
Yeah, rook a4, and then you don't have enough guys, right?
Yeah.
Like rook a4. Actually, once again, I mean, if white gains time, then after knight d4 at some moment, it's again might be a bit problematic for black. So logically, yeah, there should be kind of massive exchanges. Black should be able to swap all the queen side, winning the pawn this way, but yeah, looks like it won't be enough.
What about position after rook ed8?
And then say,
but that's not possible.
That's a legit question. So if I take rook d2, knight d2, rook d2, and the pawns are not that scary, right? I think black's winning this one. Yeah. Black's winning this one. So after rook d8, what do I do? Go to c3. Then you can continue with rook d3, or takes and rook d3. Yeah, that's a nice inclusion. If I move the bishop, it's bishop b4 is the tempo.
Actually, rook,
like rook e2 is possible, but then once again it's a little bit awkward because I was planning to use this rook on a1. Yeah. So now you take, and you play this, and you're very likely to take on b3.
Seems to be a good move.
Yeah. Rook d8 looks nice. Looks nice, yeah.
Wait, currently 3-3-1-3, so there are 2 pawns for white, right?
Yeah, 2 pawns for an exchange. Like taking b. Well, honestly, you can take and go rook
and
d8,
rook
and
d8,
it's not that different. Yeah, it's just that I started to attack b4 for some reason, but yeah, let's just go rook d8. Ask white what he's planning to do, right? Bishop e3, you already take and play a5.
No.
So this is the way to lose, potentially. Now, clearly, something went wrong for Harikrishna. He was supposed to have everything under control. Again, like, was he forced to do all that? Like, the bishop d2, c, like b3, yeah, it's a little bit strange what he was doing.
Yeah. Okay, so Tabatabaei is taking his time. I think he's, definitely between rook d8 and taking on b3 for sure. Those 2 moves are...
Yeah.
We
So
can...
again, so that's pool B, right? Vitiugov finally plays a move. Rook c4 is what he chose. Rook c4 might be a little bit more clever. Rook e7, rook c2. So now he's threatening to take on b7, and if b6 is played, it's bishop c6. Wait a second. Could this be? No, bishop g4 should save, right? Bishop g4 controls this. If you trade, I mean, you probably trade, otherwise you lose a tempo. And here, can there be any problem for black? Probably not, yeah, because there is bishop f5.
Yeah.
Once again, I was thinking f3,
yes.
3 g4, but yeah, the rook's hanging. So Giri thinking. In anything else, you might be in trouble. Like you go h6 and white, let's say, takes on b7. Just a pawn up. I mean, you probably have to accept the rook endgame, yeah. But who knows if you make a draw or not.
He is about to make a move. Okay, bishop g4 is so logical.
Looks like it holds, and then not much you can do.
Maybe there is some in this line: bishop g4, rook e7, f3, bishop f5, bishop e4.
Yeah, you're right.
But still, bishop e6, then
Yeah, then bishop, or even g6. I mean, here you're not afraid of rook endgame, so just go g6, king g7.
Yeah.
Still no move from Giri, right?
Okay, he wants to check everything probably.
24. Yeah, he wants to check everything. It's just that in some positions you don't really have alternatives, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can move on to.
You know what? B6. Maybe I'm stopping too early. B6, bishop C6. This rook is under attack, so you can play bishop D3. Bishop E8 is not winning anything. There is no checkmate, right?
And if I take on E7,
Rook E7.
Rook D2.
Rook D2. Sorry. And even then, I have two checks, right? I have a check followed by check. Oops. So I'm running away, and then I'm playing some move.
Okay,
but then you can
and
play.
Rook D7,
yeah,
yes,
I agree.
a bit scary. I don't
Maybe
want.
G5 again, so that I'll be threatening. Yeah, you go Rook D7, and we agree a draw
This is nice.
because
yeah.
of perpetual. I can't go to E file, right?
Yeah,
King
yeah,
G2, and then
Yeah.
check back, and then so.
Right.
All right. But Bishop G4 is kind of good enough.
He actually, I think, played B6. If I'm.
Yeah, he does play
did.
B6. Interesting.
Do you think he saw this line with G5?
Maybe, but also, I was playing Bishop D3. I've blundered Rook D2. Maybe you don't need to, because the E1 rook still hanging. I don't have to attack this one. You can go Bishop G4 to make sure this is protected anyway. Right, takes, and then I don't know. I mean, Bishop F3 or something. Bishop F3. Then you give a check, trade on F3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a draw in many ways. B6 is the cleanest because you remove the pawn from the attack.
The color of the
square,
bishop, yeah.
Will we see at least one result? Is my question. I mean, I'm a little bit scared.
So he played E4.
Andreikin played E4. Those are big news. So this, queen went to D6, not D8, and Andreikin plays E4. Trying to chase the knight away. So it's actually tricky, right? Knight F6. I wanted to say some tactic is there with knight F7 followed by E5, but it doesn't work.
Because of queen D5.
Queen D5 is here, yeah.
It's important.
My own queen is hanging. And also there might be some knight jumps later on, because I was even still having ideas, Rook C4, but knight E4 protects, right?
Yeah.
So point being, no, there was no point. That's just a
I mean,
hallucination.
just black is a piece of,
I
right?
thought check, and it's discovered attack, but the D5 queen is protected, it's B3 queen which is not protected.
Yeah.
So let's say if it would have been a black rook which goes to C1, sometimes,
Yeah, of course, I understand.
Sometimes you make this mistake.
Yeah.
Wait, where is the game? Yeah, this one. This one. Yeah, let me update to delete my embarrassment. E4. Knight F6, perhaps. But then I'm not sure what he's planning. Like queen E3, maybe just queen E3 or queen C4 to keep everything protected. Yeah, just to defend the pawn. Queen E3. Bishop C3, and then knight G5. Maybe something like this.
Yeah.
Once again, like both sides have to be slightly
Careful.
not to get in trouble. Bacrot controls the time. Half an hour for Andreikin. It's quite a bit of a time trouble in front of him. Like less than 15 minutes and still 15 moves to make. So there was pool A, pool B, pool C. One game for the CF Vidit. Oof. Somehow. Yeah, queens traded. A5. For the CF went B3. I don't quite get it. I don't like what he's doing. To be honest, like last few moves, the king is cut in a mating net, then the knight's still on h4.
Okay, the problem for black is still back rank, right? So.
You mean?
Yeah, I mean he can't, let's say, go rook c2 at some point because of the mate. So. But he can
Yeah,
include.
but this king is not very nice, right? I mean, maybe you could say I'm trading and going bishop d2. That's what I thought originally, but knight b4 is still possible. Maybe it's not threatening all that much, but it's kind of possible.
Yeah. Also g5 is a threat. And then
Yeah,
rook
g5 in some positions, yeah, exactly, just to get rid of the back ranks, right? It all of a sudden became quite sharp, these opposite colors. Bishop c5, still.
And bishop c5 here.
Knight b4. Again, there's a pin. No, I don't like the fact that this guy is here. f3, you take the bishop, a trade, and yeah.
There is a mate, no? No, he had to include f3 earlier, probably. This is just, for example, here.
Yeah, I mean, why b3
Yeah.
at all? I mean, I'm not sure. You have. It seems like you have some other stuff to solve first, like f3 here, bishop d4 here, something.
Yeah.
And instead, he spends 2 tempi like this, just to go back. And I understand the point. Ah, wait a second. Knight d5. Maybe this is the point. So he was relying on this, maybe, so that you can take. And then I'm threatening to take a3. But black has b4 or knight b4 even. And it's still not the end, right? Because the bishop is not hanging. So you go like f3.
Then even g5.
And then black goes g5.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? Then you take, and black takes and says, thanks for the game, right?
No, it might just be, I mean, I don't want to say lost for white, it's too much, but with this pawn on a3, knight on h4, it feels
Like really unpleasant.
very, very unpleasant. And also it's so sad for Vidit because, I mean, if he wins, like, it's not like he's getting anything. I mean, he's not sharing. So.
Interestingly, for Vidit, money-wise, in
No,
terms
of
of
course,
prizes,
of course.
no, it actually doesn't matter, draw or win.
Ah, really? He's
Yeah.
second anyway, right?
Mhm.
Ah,
That's really sad, yeah.
yeah. Okay, he played knight f5, which we missed,
Ah, okay,
obviously.
knight f5, so if bishop takes, yeah, understandable. Ah, knight f5, there is also this trick. So now, let's look at it. I mean, you probably make a draw by taking and then just going back, right? But if, let's say, if black is blundering like that, is he lost at the end or not? There's also
Mate
this
is a threat.
Yes,
Yeah.
so I give a check and you go here. I give a check and you go. I mean, if you want to play, you go to c1 and it's one more check, king d2, and the mate threat and rook a6. Yeah, even then some b4, right? But yeah, black has no reasons to go for it. It's not like he's winning here. Very messy. I'm losing a thread a little bit. So Andreikin still fighting. If somehow he tricks Bacrot, he qualifies.
Yeah.
Then Giri Vitiugov looks like Giri will hold, and therefore the B group will be clear. C group, Rapport is already there.
And the D group is actually
D group is absolutely unclear, right?
Unclear,
so
yeah.
Again, Hari we checked. Yeah, Hari Tabatabaei, he actually did play your move, and white went rook e2. So now you can, as black, you can take b3, go rook d3, and
very dangerous for white.
let's see. So takes, go here. Maybe he moves the bishop rook b3 and still attacks the a pawn. Maybe that's good enough. Wait a second. How is it good enough? Bishop e1, this and this. And if you want it to be on the board, even bishop b4 is an extra pawn. Sorry, extra exchange for nothing.
Yeah.
This one's hanging.
Actually, G4 is
Takes
hanging.
and
This
rook
is
G4,
important.
right?
Yes, yes, yes.
It's a technical position.
Yeah.
It's a technical position. And against the knight, it shouldn't be such a complex technique.
Yeah.
Like sometimes with the bishop, like this, set up some sort of fortress, right? Bishop protects the pawn, pawn protects the bishop, and sometimes it's not easy to win. With the knight, it should be much easier. So yeah, Hari perhaps misplayed it quite a bit.
Let's just go to Mamedyarov here.
Yeah, I think pull D is what matters.
How
about that?
A3.
B3, A3. Bishop E7, once again offering a chance to sacrifice on G6. But it's not the same now, because King F8, and there are some Rook D6 ideas, and oops, and also if you take maybe King F, yeah, King F7. You still have the perpetual like this, of course, yeah. No, just for some minute I thought Queen H5, King G7, and you don't even have the perpetual because Bishop is coming. But you had it from H7 anyway. So Bishop G6, yeah, you almost can kind of guarantee now that Mamedyarov will not play Bishop G6, right? He's not happy with the draw.
Yeah. But still, Black now has his own threats. Bishop F6. Something, I don't know.
Right.
I'm not sure after.
On the other hand, since the pawn is on B3 already, so it's kind of an extra factor for for the endgame and so on.
Yeah.
Maybe now White can switch to play it slow to go Rook D2 just to protect it, right, and protect B2 potentially. Then somehow gather things to attack D5 and ideally provoke D4 and then come back to the idea of playing on the king side. So once again, maybe a very tense game, this one. Move 24. So I have a feeling today, okay, we had those two quick draws, but all the rest develops much slower compared to the other days, which is understandable if you think.
Yeah, it's the
last round. A lot of stuff decided. Also, yeah, okay. I can't stop thinking of this Bishop G6, but now it's probably not working. Okay, if I just play F5.
G5?
And wait a second. So this is no longer that smart, right? You'll be absolutely safe, like King F8 and Bishop G7.
Yeah.
So even like Queen D4 is possible. Maybe not needed. Bishop G7 is
Bishop
fine,
G7 is just
one
safer,
check,
yeah.
King F8. And can't really get to this king.
And here we might actually see a time trouble from both players. So I liked Rook D2, honestly.
Yeah, Rook D2. I mean,
nice.
I was thinking like sometimes even Queen D1 would be a move, or Queen F3, and pressure here, make the king safe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, let's check you, Youngie Predke.
Yeah. Oof, a lot of things happen once again. I felt like when he had this bishop on A3 with white, which was already some time ago, C1, rook C, I felt like this bishop is not coming back. One day he will, just take on C5. By the way, Predke is on 4 minutes. So
But he did take on C5.
Yeah, he did take on C5. 4B4, A5, and H4, and G3. D8, Bishop G2 is somewhat mysterious. Because King H2, Bishop H3 would be what I would try to do. So he moved the bishop in order to move the knight, yeah. Okay, takes this, knight here, Queen C7, knight Rook A1, not knight C4 even. G6, Queen D3 and F5. That's a big fight. I don't see MVL winning, so for you, Giri, winning this game practically means a tiebreak guaranteed.
And Predke is on 4 minutes.
Yes, yeah, so
but okay,
4 minutes,
9 moves. It's
very sharp position as well. Yeah, 9 moves. It's not something that you can't achieve, but still, it is a time pressure. And also, there are some strategic factors, right?
Yeah, of course.
The question is, of course, what do you do? Because yeah, F5 is very forcing, very concrete move.
So you
this
don't want to
this
take,
ideally is what you do. But then E4,
yeah, right.
E4.
So knight d2 is perhaps the most logical.
Knight d2, yes, you can do this. And then you are passing the same question to black. I mean, what do you do after knight d2? Maybe knight, yeah, I was still looking for the way to put the knight on d4. Maybe it belongs to d6, so that it's kind of attacks this, presses this. Also from d4 it attacks f5. Yeah, it's not like f5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, maybe that's what you do. You put the knight on d4. I don't know. Put the knight here.
Maybe the other knight.
Yeah, it's never clear, right?
So
it's
not clear, yeah.
So I kind of wanted, my logic was that I want to press on f5, which I'm maybe not doing, in fact.
Yeah.
Right, I'm never threatening to take.
Also, I would be scared from black side of some d6 in future and then knight d5.
Ah, yeah, like put it here, d6, bishop d6, knight d5.
I would just have to have some piece on d6.
Is it really? Yeah. I was thinking if it's ever possible to take and sacrifice a piece, but yeah, it's not. It's not that position when you get any kind of compensation. Yeah, feels like White was doing everything right, and then kind of he was not ready for f5. Because what are the standards way of reacting to f5 here? Like, okay, takes on f5, he cannot. h5 would be like, yeah, h5, and then hg, hg, knight h4, again pressing h5. I don't know, maybe it's possible, but it's a sacrifice for sure, right? Because you take, you go to, maybe it's not. Wait a second. I thought knight c3 wins the d5 pawn, but you can do this. Or you can go to h4 and say good luck taking this d5 pawn. There will be some jumps. So maybe this is a direction.
This is
like go h5. f4 is tricky. But white has choices. I mean, you can go knight c4, or if you are more ambitious, you might even consider taking going knight c4, right? Where black gets a lot of stuff on the king side, but if we ever push e5, d6, that's a massive center. Right, so that's an option perhaps, this h4, sorry, h4, h5, to sharpen things up even more. Move 31 to remind you guys, Yeah, I think it's a favorable situation for you, Giri, in terms of like, some people, they play with white and don't even get the game at all, right?
Right, and they're actually the same age. I'm not sure if you knew. And also, there are 2 more players, I believe, who are same age with Vidit. And 1 more should be 1994.
1994,
There should be 1 more player.
These guys are, what, 94? They're approaching their 30s.
Yeah, exactly.
Incredible. And I still remember those jokes, but when you see someone born 1990 something, you would ask if it's the rating or the year of, I mean, and these guys, no, because, obviously, life doesn't change much. You used to be 30, I used to be 30, and then looking at these guys, they were like 13 or something. All right, so here, still, I would claim that this has to be in some way promising for white. It's just that he has half an hour. He understands. Yeah, h5 played.
He played h5.
Yeah, I would be more comfortable leaving when Yu Yang is to move. Like now, when Predke only has 4 minutes, I feel like we have to stay with this game. Stay with this game and see how he reacts to H5.
Probably he doesn't want to take on E4 if he doesn't win anything. It's very, very... he did.
No, he does take on E4. Now I can guess what White is playing. Yeah, Queen takes E4.
Yeah.
GH, Black is a pawn up. Maybe this is what he wants to do. No, Knight D6.
Knight
Okay.
D6.
Knight goes to D6 so that controls quite a few of those squares. Like a 5 might be important. One day C4 important for sure.
So Queen H4, I guess, is
Queen
that?
H4 or C2 simply to control this. Like the benefit of going to C2, I still keep an eye here. And if E4, who knows? Like maybe Queen on C2 would be strangely better placed so that I can go like Knight G5 and maybe E6 one day.
Or Knight D4 even, yeah.
Knight D4, yeah, I was very happy about Knight D4, but then I realized maybe it's an exchange sacrifice. Maybe it's not a bad exchange sacrifice once again, you never know. Knight C6, like takes, okay, I take back. And then the rook's hanging, the C5's hanging, maybe even this one's playable. So all in all, it's a very rich position. So as much as I was sure what White will play after FE4, here it's far less obvious. And maybe we can run away from this game to check something else.
Okay.
Mamedyarov and MVL. The tension is only building up, right? Not really. Mamedyarov down to 9 minutes. Maybe it was not reflecting correctly the time till he actually made the move. Sometimes it's the case. So F5 indeed, G5 and F4. We said it's nothing wrong with it, right? But somehow it's not clear how to react for black anyway.
Okay, Bishop F6 feels natural, but then...
F6, I guess he takes and goes...
H4.
Goes H4. Queen F2.
Maybe Queen D4 is possible.
Queen D4, yeah, but I still can do this. It's a little bit ugly, right? But maybe possible. Also, this might not be... No, this is probably not good for White, yeah? And if I move, you just take H4, king is safe. And this is not a realistic sacrifice. It sounds nice, yeah, but I need queens basically to checkmate with this material, right? Yeah. Otherwise, black will be very quick, like getting to E3 and so on. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Bishop F6 feels logical at the very least.
And what else he can do?
I mean, he could play Queen D4, strangely. Pretty much achieving the same. I want to play Bishop F6, but also...
Not allowing FG5.
Not allowing FG5 for now, yeah. And there is like no really comfortable discovered attack, yeah. And F6, of course, you take with the queen, right?
Yeah.
To avoid this trick. 6, Queen F6. Maxime plays Bishop F6. Okay. Yeah, so now is the tense moment, yeah, because White almost for sure takes on G5 before doing anything else. No, maybe not for sure. What if, strangely, I once again play a prophylactical move, and this time it will be Rook G2. So for some reason, I might want H4 without capturing. Yes, so Queen D4 doesn't really exchange the queens.
And what about Queen D4 now?
No threat. I say H4. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's not like I'm sure in what I'm doing.
Rook E8?
Yeah, like I'm not threatening anything either, right? takes here. Can't do this. Pawn is pinned. I mean, and also the king is very safe.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I spent 2 moves. Imagine, right? Queen h5, rook h2, and you say, so what? Queen h7, king f8. Yes, this bishop is really like powerful, right? And black at some point will start having his own ideas, right?
Yeah.
And one of his ideas could be, I mean, just to mention that if you are careless, you can actually blunder something like queen d3 and checkmate on the back rank.
So they did trade on g5.
F takes, h takes, right? Still, I would consider playing some prophylactical move for white and
Not h4, right?
not h4 for now, yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have a result. It's Vitiugov and Giri.
Vitiugov and Giri, and it's, I believe, a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can it be in this position? I don't think king f6 is the last. Sorry, king e5 is the last move. It's I think we've told already. So then, in order to fix the result on a digital board, right, the kings should be aligned in the center in a specific way, right, and basically kings on squares of different colors means a draw, and sometimes the arbiter would first put the king on e5, and it would register as the last move.
As the move, yeah.
But I believe, bishop d3 came along with a draw for, you don't blunder h7, you go h6 or something. Anyway, with this draw, Giri is qualified. And Vitiugov, we don't know. I mean, he's guaranteed not to be the last, but that's about it. Or a tie for the second, if you will.
Yeah. So if this game between Harikrishna and Tabatabaei is drawn, then he is clear second, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's important.
Okay, things changing. Rook d8, rook e2, rook c8. Still don't understand. Why don't you take it? Takes over here, bishop f4. Because this way you preserve the a pawn. Yeah, Hari did something really strange with his position. Might still not lose, but it's already. I mean, at least it's absolutely clear it's black who is playing, and it's a kind of a long-lasting advantage, right? I mean, especially being as it is that a pawns are left on the same file. Like, remember, at some point we are looking at, such setups, and even like if there is no a pawn, like rook a2 here in this position.
Yeah, it would be better if you didn't have it.
Interesting. Yeah. So after bishop f4, rook b4 or bishop b4, any of the two. I don't know how to evaluate such things. It's once again, I mean, from engine standpoint, it might be as bad as lost for white, right? For human players, I believe that there is always some chance, chance to generate counterplay. Rook c2, I was thinking rook c2, rook c5, not to allow the rook to the 7th rank, 8th rank. Rook d2, then once again, if you trade, you lose like 100% of the time because a2 pawn is lost, right? Yeah. Rook d2, and now I wasn't sure because rook b7 is safe, but kind of spends a little bit too much time. Maybe you can get away with this, king f8, and say if rook d7, who knows, like rook a4, then just take it and say white's initiative is not enough, maybe. Knight g5, you just take, and take on e5, and go rook e8. So tricky, right? So black clearly has a chance here. That much we know. So just quickly we'll check. Oh, Andreikin's game has changed a lot. e4, knight c6, played by Bacrot, a move with a tempo, and then Andreikin went to sacrifice the queen. He's done it against Grischuk in round 1, if you remember.
Exactly.
It worked brilliantly for him. So check, and takes on d5 and rook c1. So what's the material? It's the knight and the rook against queen and a pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, pawns do not count. We all know this. These are little dudes. They are not counted. No, seriously, the rook on a8, kind of the pin on the 8th rank is black's main problem. It's not the material, right? But if black can make sure that he is not losing either this or maybe in some lines like bishop f4 and the b8, I think it's a very problematic situation, and it might be that Bacrot blundered. Whoa.
Okay, unless he has some f6, I mean, he should
Yeah,
probably try to
f6
challenge.
is serious, but that's exactly when I was not sure, because knight d3 supports both threats, you know. And what do you do next? I mean, knight's still not moving. Right, I think we have a live press conference with Anish Giri, right?
Yes, and Vitiugov, yeah.
Anish Giri and Nikita Vitiugov. We will be back right after. Still quite a few games in progress, so stay tuned.
Anish Giri with us, who finished their round 6 game here in the final round of the group stage of the Grand Prix, the second leg of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade. Thank you both for joining us. Anish, let's start with you. This game ended in a draw. This was a draw you needed to secure your spot in the next phase of the competition. How do you feel about the game itself and about your result overall?
It was a very tough game because Nikita was prepared. I was hoping that this line would, that he would not have any ideas really. I thought I had them all pretty much under control, but he played this. He played a sideline that I knew, but within the sideline he played a sideline that I was not so careful at, and I was on my own very early, so I tried to force a draw, sort of, or like force equality from the start. So I spent a lot of time trying to do that. And from afar I underestimated this stuff that he can, because very often it's a standard thing that you trade the e pawn for d pawn, and it's sort of peters into equality. But in this particular case, it doesn't, and I didn't see that. I mean, when I already saw it, I went for it anyway. But then my position was very dangerous. I don't have any pawn weaknesses. The pawn structure is very fine, but my bishop cannot get back to defend against his. And I was concerned at one point where he could keep the queens. I also didn't have time there, so I was very concerned at that point if he had kept the queens. But after the queen trade, all the tactics worked for me. There is one important variation with bishop c4 g5, which is probably what he missed. And then after that, the endgame, because I don't have pawn weaknesses, as long as I don't lose the bishop.
You're comfortable. Nikita, you surprised Anish. If I'm not mistaken, you were thinking for like 23 minutes at one move or something like that. And also another move you spent about 10-12 minutes. So you surprised your opponent with a sideline within a sideline. You obviously aimed for that. You were ready. How did the game go from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I was quite excited after the opening, but well, I remember this trick rook b1 is a very important one because it doesn't allow black to go bishop c4. Yeah, in sense of b3. I think it's. The position was very promising. Maybe it was between between equality and a huge advantage for me. Yeah, and unfortunately I wasn't able to pose any problems after my prep finished. So it was. I mean, it happens. Yeah, because it's. Not easy, not easy to play chess. Yeah, it's much more easy. Yeah,
that's the problem. Yeah,
to analyze.
That's the problem. My main problem also. Yes, not easy to play chess.
Okay. It's always good to be the commander after the battle. Yeah, it's easier to analyze. But okay, Anish, you had a good tournament here so far, I dare say. So how would you assess the games you played here in these first 6 rounds, and which is your most favorite one?
Well, it's first of all important that I qualified. It's not even that important how the games were, but some games were good. Today, maybe bad game from my perspective, but to be honest, it's very difficult when you face new idea, and sometimes I try to, instead of going for a slightly worse position, I try to equalize it by force, and that works. That's very nice, but it just didn't. So yeah, today was not ideal. Yesterday also was not too thrilling, but yeah, my opponents play very well and games are tough. All games were tough. Also, the one I won against Nikita, I was very happy with the final phase of the game. It was a very beautiful piece sacrifice, so sort of almost a positional piece sacrifice. But in that game too, there were some ups and downs, and Nikita was back in the game at some point, and he had chances. Yeah, all games were very fighting, which is something I expected. But I think not too bad. I don't have set too high standards for my play. I think it was decent. I had some interesting ideas here and there. I missed a few moves. Yeah, it's just what it is. I'm happy with the score and looking forward to the next phase.
That's great. And Nikita, obviously this is the end for you here in Belgrade. How was the tournament and how was everything?
I think Anish was the best player in our group. I mean, in a sense, how he was playing here, yeah. Because the rest of us, we had our problems, and of course, I lost a crucial game against Anish in the second round, and after that, it came down to today's game, yeah. And I think I got my chance, yeah, but. I missed it, in one move. It happens, yeah. You have a chance, yeah. I'm happy, at least that I got the chance, yeah. And well, we will see. I hope at least I will be permitted to play the last stage, yeah. Because these days it's not that obvious. For Russian players, but I hope I will play there and will show something better than I did here.
Well, thank you both so much for the great games you showed, for the interviews, everything you did. Anish, good luck with the, tomorrow's rest day for you, but then the day after tomorrow. And Nikita, good luck to you as well with your further endeavors. Thank you both so much. Back to you, studio. We have Alexander Grischuk and Sam Shankland here with us, who drew their round 6 game here at the Grand Prix in Belgrade. Sam, you had a difficult task as black against Grischuk. How was the game from your perspective?
Yeah, well, of course I was hoping to find some winning chances today, but I understood it's not likely to beat somebody this strong with the black pieces on command, so I just thought I would play a normal game and try to play like reasonably dynamic chess. I played Sicilian, of course, but this line that Alex chose, I had checked it via a different move order for Bacrot early in the tournaments, where instead of d4, white can start with c4, and then I retranspose with knight gf6, knight c3, g6, and d4. And I had checked this position for Bacrot, and unfortunately I think black's only chance to equalize is to play what I did, because if I play knight g4 without a6 included, then I do believe after knight f3 white is better. And after a6, a4, knight g4, there's some interesting lines after rook d1 if I recall, but after knight f3, b5, I'm pretty sure it's just a draw, and if I don't play b5, I mean, I have sort of unpleasant positions, so in hindsight, maybe I should have chosen something else to try to be more ambitious, but I mean, I did not come into this game with high expectations that I was going to win. I just thought, just try to play a normal game, and if my chances come, I'll take them.
No, that's a fair point. Alexander, sorry, from your perspective.
Yeah, c4 is a novelty, played for the first time, but unfortunately, I didn't pay enough attention that it can transpose to the well-known line, and that's why I was completely surprised by the speed, both by the moves and by the speed of Sam. And after b5, I just thought I need to, show some, to be a bit accurate and make a draw. And I didn't see any winning chances. And, that's what happens when you run into some deep preparation.
Sam, obviously now a lot hangs in the balance between Dmitry Andreikin and Etienne Bacrot. If they draw, then you and Dmitry go to the tie breaks. Have you followed that game at all? And
yeah, so also I'm going, the best I can hope for is a tiebreak, because if Andreikin loses, I will be playing a tiebreak with Bacrot instead.
Yeah.
But when I first saw the position, I really didn't like black's position. I didn't look too closely, of course, because I had my own game to focus on, but I was very worried that white was just much better. But when I looked more recently, I thought it looked basically fine for black. So I just hope white doesn't win. Either other result is fine, but at this point it's out of my control, so I'm not going to really think too much about it. Just go and try to have a nice rest, and if hopefully I get to play tomorrow, and if not, I still had a reasonable event, and I'm reasonably satisfied with my performance. I got quite lucky at round 1 with Bacrot and round 2 with Alex here. I was probably basically lost in both games, but at the same time I really should have beaten Bacrot in round 4 and didn't. So I think the result is sort of fair enough, but I just hope I can keep playing more chess.
Thank you. And Alexander, this wasn't the greatest tournament for you, obviously. When you sum it up, how would you, in your words, sum up this tournament for you here in Belgrade and your time in Belgrade?
Like first 2 rounds I played like an amateur, basically, making 7 blunders in those 2 games, and so at the moment it looked I'm quite somewhat likely to end up with 0 out of 6, but after that, I sort of limited the damage. I wanted to win 1 game. I didn't want to play for a draw today, but my preparation was not very fortunate, and I never had any realistic chance today. So, but it's okay.
Okay. Well, thank you both. Thank you, Sam. Good luck if tomorrow is a tiebreak. Good luck. In general, thank you both for your time and the great games and the interviews here.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the last round, and more specifically, not a tiebreak, time trouble of the last round. Yeah, it's like 10 minutes to reach the time control for those who are still playing. And we have to inform that Mamedyarov and MVL finished in a draw. The position that looked promising for Mamedyarov, in this position, MVL actually found a beautiful resource. Rook to c8 was played, and now it seems nothing stops white from developing the attack on the king side. So h4, queen e3, and then after rook e2, rook c1, a very nice tactical shot. After this capture, looks like, yeah, black is just an exchange down, but queen a6, attacking a3. You can't play queen b4 because the rook is hanging, so one may guess that maybe rook e2 wasn't the best move. Who knows? But yeah, you have absolutely no way of protecting the a pawn other than going back to b1, and after this check you have to go back to a1. So MVL escapes. He's guaranteed at least a tiebreak. Yeah, Evgenij, Predke, they've reached the time control, so we'll be back to them a bit later. Now in pool A, Andreikin, after he sacrificed the queen, I think he's completely winning now. So after f6, not even knight d3, but knight c6 was played. Much trickier move, right? Knight c6, rook a8 apparently is just lost. So two rooks against queen and the pawn, but black is tied down. So black goes a5, rook d8. It's been a lot of funny intermediate moves, knight d4. And then he takes the pawn and he goes knight b3. So now kind of the queen is not very useful, right? Bishop f4 as the reply to king f7. So one piece is unpinned, but the other is not, right? So the knight is still pinned over there. Rook a5, I was thinking, but then just knight a5, and the bishop still guards the rook. And the knight still cannot, I mean, doesn't have that many squares to be moved, like knight a6 perhaps, but then, I mean, white should be winning simply because of like domination of his pieces. I don't know, rook takes d5 maybe. So two rooks should prove stronger than the queen. Okay, bishop f4. Bacrot has slightly more time, and it's move 34, so these guys might not even survive till the time control. Bishop f4, there was, I mean, similarly there were other moves, but bishop f4 seems good enough. What to do for black would be my question. Some g5, hoping that white takes with the bishop, and then you take a5.
Yeah, but there is rook b8.
There is rook takes b8, and also threatens the rook, yeah. Similarly nothing works for black, right? Like rook a5.
Yeah, but it's protected, yes.
It's protected, the same.
Just
sorry.
for a second, I thought.
Sorry, yeah. Like, that's the line that caused us to oops a little. Yeah, knight a5, and the bishop actually, very importantly, protects both rooks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. So what was kind of the best try? Perhaps is rook a5 and then move the knight. But once again, it's seems like it's only postpones the inevitable.
Did make some move.
Bishop b4. Ah, okay. So this is hanging. Maybe it's not as simple. But now you also have this motif of checkmating the king, right?
You mean rook c7?
Like rook c7 check. I understand I'm kind of entering a point of no return because now the back rank is an issue and so on, but I was hoping, no, probably like g4, bishop a5. Now you start getting a lot of checks, right? Because I thought, like knight a5, let's pretend like just captures, and I thought might be that there is no way of saving. Yeah, like you attack g7 and even f5 is there, but also you have check followed by check. Right.
He actually did play rook c7, so...
He did play rook c7 check. Okay, we are about to find out what happens next. Okay, for black there is absolutely no reason to think of anything else but king g6. King g6 played. One last minute for Andreikin. Yeah, I mean, there was a feeling that he could have kept more control over position, like this knight a5 and so on. It might have been winning, but there is like a certain feeling that you might be doing it wrong. Yeah, queen b7 though protects the a8 rook, so maybe you don't have that much liberty there.
No, instead of knight c6, I thought, as you pointed out,
this
actually knight d3.
Knight d3 could have been,
Just,
could have been easier.
Okay, so king
g6, down to 40 seconds. H4, when the bishop takes h5 check, black will go to f5. Yeah, so there is no checkmate there. Maybe it was too hasty to declare Andreikin's winning. Hang on a second, rook d5. Can we just play rook d5 and still play for the dominant? Rook g8 immediately. Hang on a second. Bishop takes a5. It's either something like brilliant or it doesn't work. I mean, I have two guesses there.
Okay, he is playing on seconds, so...
Yeah, he does play on seconds, but that's absolutely incredible. Bishop a5 is what black... I mean, you can't really... I mean, technically you could go bishop f8, but then rook f8 and there is still no back rank.
Yeah.
You know, still no back rank checkmate. Knight d7 as a guess? No. Knight c6, you allow rook g7 check.
And what happens on bishop a5?
Bishop a5, I don't know.
I mean,
that's the trick, I don't know what happens.
Okay, knight on b8 is also sort of hanging.
g4, you take the rook, right? Taking on g7 doesn't really make sense. I'm not sure. Could it be that he just blundered everything and it will be Bacrot playing the tiebreak after all? Might as well be. Because, yeah, like really, what do you do? Well, technically you are not lost here, perhaps.
Rook a5? How?
Yeah, like rook a5, check.
King
You
F5.
mean like then I'll be checkmated on the back rank. So you might be lost. You might be lost. I mean, you can... No, it doesn't work.
They made some moves, so yeah, he took bishop
Yeah,
a5.
bishop a5. I don't see a brilliancy, to be honest. I think it's over. G4, what? No, I keep forgetting this is
rook
hanging.
is hanging.
Knight takes a5, yeah. Knight takes a5, rook, but wait a second. Knight takes a5, rook a5. Now the rook is not hanging, so I can go g4 in fact. And then you give me a check. And I go here. And then you give me a check. And I go what? King h3 question mark? No, king h3 is too much, yeah? Or is it? Because queen f4 is still a checkmate.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some, chess poetry. Queen d3, king h4, no checks. Rook check, bishop g3, no checks. No, the game is on, for sure.
Maybe when king h4 after rook
Yeah,
a3,
yeah.
it's very crazy.
So knight a5, rook a5, yeah, g4 is what he wants. That's I'm sure. G4 is what he wants. So Bacrot stops right here looking for an alternative, but it's hard to imagine an alternative. Yeah, like king f5 could be like kind of, trying to play intermediate before white gets g4 in. King f5, attack this, attack this.
Yeah, this is very nice actually.
Bishop c1 with the tempo, and then you do... yeah, but then g7 is not even hanging with a check, right?
And then queen e5 even, or
queen e5 is good, yes. Yeah. Attack the rook, threaten checkmate in one, knight on a5 is hanging. Whoa, what a game. Yeah, king f5 might be actually a better move than rook a5.
Yeah, very, very good. So is there something on king f5 trying to...
I don't know, maybe you play g3 so you're not checkmated when the guy captures. But wait a second, it's just, what, queen for the rook, right? Queen for the rook. I mean, so it's kind of playable because of, some threats, but objectively it's just lost, right? Rook g7, I was thinking, but that's not very serious.
He took on a5.
He took on a5. Now after g4, nothing is clear. At least we think so.
He did play
G4, of course. Yeah, G4 is the. Well, there is a 5, and he guards G7. But then, look, then white captures there, and this is what you could miss, because there was this motif with rook takes G7, but here, since you played F5, there is rook C6,
Yeah,
and
nice.
this is missable. I mean, from afar.
Missable, yeah, of course.
Yeah, rook C6, bishop B8, white
Of course.
white gets, I don't know, probably winning position, right? Bishop for 2 pawns, king F7, bishop B8 takes on G4. Well, a lot of swings. G4, and now imagine how desperate Bacrot is going to be, because you really need to find a move. After this check, you're no longer able to protect G7. Rook G7 is threat of a checkmate, by the way, right? So it's not like you can do much.
So queen b1, I think he'll play. I mean, queen b1 is also, he only needs 2 moves to
Yeah.
3 moves.
So,
3
so
moves.
he gives a check. Let's say he gives a check, and he says, "Yeah, that's it. These are my moves."
He played knight d7.
Knight d7. Okay, so if I'm taking on d7, what's the difference? I don't quite get it. Queen b1 check now. So that rook c1 is, or bishop c1 is impossible.
But that's
What's
not
the
what
point?
white wanted to do anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you basically, we were struggling to defend on g7 even with the knight on b8, right? But this is like less pieces. So king g2 for white is absolutely clear. Yeah, and then what? Queen e4. Now, I want to say f3, but f3, no, king g3 is correct. King g3 is correct. And yeah, and after this, or h, actually king g3, right? So now queen d3 is 1 check, I go f3, and rook a3, believe it or not, is 1 check only. Because I go to h4, and I think it's winning now. I think it's winning, right? It will all end with this checkmate.
No, it's very strange.
It's either
So
we were
queen
missing
a4.
something. Yeah, I mean, it has been. Yeah, I think king f5 was critical, right? So rook a5 might have been lost after g4 then. It doesn't matter if this knight is here or not, right? So same, like check here, we go, queen e4, and the king goes to g3, and after a check, king goes to h4. He cannot do anything. Wow.
So we're not missing something 100%.
No, not at all. I mean, I have no clue if we are missing something or not. But yeah, king g3. And ask yourself
how to defend.
I mean, this is a threat of checkmate in 1. So like certainly does need to do something. Well, technically f5, I keep forgetting. f5 is the move, in fact, which stops checkmate
yeah,
in
but
1. I mean, it loses in this specific instance because check and g5 and
It'll be mate anyway.
it's still a mate.
Yeah.
So okay, let's try to get sorry,
King
king
G3.
g3, a check here. Ah, no, but it's still a checkmate. Yeah, looks like nothing works. Just king g3.
Very nice. I mean, if he manages to win, it would be very, very nice.
Yeah, that's impressive, really.
Yeah. So it would be two queen sacrifices in one
For
tournament.
Andreikin, yeah.
For Andreikin.
And he'll make it without a tiebreak.
Yeah.
So we are left with this game. They've reached move 40,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
we can move on.
Harikrishna.
Harikrishna, Tabatabaei. This can be quite long, but okay. So at least Hari creates some counterplay. He has lost the a pawn, but he creates some counterplay against those pawns. So now, how does Black win if he wins? Maybe disturb the bishop, rook a3, because it's not protected, right? It's an illusion. So I think ideally you want to be able to somehow swap the bishops, and then f2 is weak.
Yeah.
Right.
Now let's say bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4. Don't know. Yeah, like go here, I'll lose too many pawns, right? Bishop b6, you take g7, and even, like, I mean, king e6, it's already e6.
Yeah,
I'm not even threatening this.
Right? Ah, yes, right.
Not even threatening. Instead of that, I could have captured on f3, but then you take
Bishop
b6, and still, yeah.
But should be winning for black, no? I mean, the current, not this position, the one that
Yeah, the
was-
feeling is like the position that is on the board, black should have very good chances.
Yeah.
Maybe he can try to play it slow as well. But how do you play it slow? Yeah, it's not clear.
Maybe just like...
Yeah, like GC, no, I mean, let's say black wants to.
Yeah,
H
G6
pawn you
is
can't
like-
really save,
yeah.
right? So G6, let's say he takes, and then we decide somehow how we keep the F7 pawn. And there is no comfortable way, because there is always like this knight d4 check. On
Yeah.
king e6, I mean, maybe king e7 is possible for now, but then once again, knight d4, and he's threatening something. So it's a tricky position.
Right.
Okay, Tabatabaei is thinking. Luckily for Rapport, he's, no, it's not for Rapport, for Giri.
For Giri, yeah.
He doesn't care about the result of this one. For Rapport, same we can say about Fedoseev and Vidit. The game which is also on at full swing, move 42. Also a lot of stuff happened. Like at some point they've reached this, so knights were, how the knights were traded?
There was this knight f5.
Yeah, knight f5, rook e8, captured, went back, they took this. Okay, I mean just a lot of random moves in the mutual time trouble. Rook c8, bishop g4. I'm not sure, it feels like Fedoseev got ambitious, but I'm not sure if he had the reasons. Because black pawns will be, maybe you can have some sort of perpetual.
Yeah.
Because as black, you don't want to end up on the 8th rank, right? So maybe you kind of forced to go to h7 and g6. But my point is, like, if you try to run, then black pawns seem faster with this f4 and stuff, like chasing the bishop, maybe getting closer with the king.
Right.
Rook h1. Hang on. Rook h1. f4, I'm guessing, yeah. Like taking on h5, or take on e3, threatening checkmate. There is also bishop g6, yeah? No, bishop g6, bishop g5, sorry.
Yeah. There's also rook c2, maybe, rook 8 c2. Wait.
Like this.
Yeah.
And rook e1 checkmate.
I knew I had some idea, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. No, but
f4
4 seems strong.
Is good, yeah.
F4 seems
is
strong.
good. Yeah.
So it's not impossible if, that this is the repetition at the end. Because, as I'm saying, as black, you probably don't want to end up with the king on g8.
Rank, yeah.
So you go back and forth. And then it would leave, Vidit on second place. Yeah, so the only reason why Fedoseev wants to win, because he will take the clear second. So it's not about catching up with Rapport
Of course,
but
Let's go to Yuyangi Predke. That game
yeah, this is important.
Important.
Right? Oof, and also a lot of pieces still. The most complex game. I mean, we are just checking it, running away, not to say anything stupid, because it's very hard to tell what goes there in reality. Queen h1, I love such moves. Queen h1, e4, knight e2. So black got the bishop to c3, queen h6, otherwise rook h5 would almost trap the queen, funny. Queen g7, back to h4 attacking the 8th rook, knight c4. Is rook h5 a thing?
Rook h5 is sort of trapping the queen.
Yes. So the only question is, Yeah, like the queen is trapped, period, right? So the only question is how do you give it away? I mean, you can take d6, then h5, or you can take h5, then d6. It doesn't seem that White's playing for a win, this, yeah? I mean, White certainly has some compensation, but seriously.
Rook g5?
Wait, what?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's a mistake.
It says rook g5.
It's,
No,
of course,
no.
it's
Rook
a
g5
mistake, yeah.
will be answered with queen takes g5. So it's a mistake with the digital board, right? And it hopefully will be corrected.
Yeah.
It makes it very interesting, in fact. Because now, if Yu Yang doesn't win this,
Then Bashir is
then
winner, right? Without
Bashir is
tiebreak.
the winner, and we were almost guaranteed tiebreak. But this few percent probability might play out because, yeah, if Andreikin wins, which we think he does, we have winners in all three groups, and then if Predke holds this or wins this, we don't care much. And Biel doesn't care much.
Of course,
As long as Yu Yang doesn't win, that means even though there is a dedicated day for tiebreaks are not happening. And I don't think we'll complain much. Kind of a free day would be more than welcome.
So he still didn't make a move.
Here, I don't know what's going on. I mean, it might be that
King g3.
King g3 played. Clock updated, King g3 played.
There might be some. Oh no. I'm somehow trying to make it work, but.
Don't even know what to do. Yeah, I mean, he just goes to King h4 next move, right? And then it's some really brilliant line.
No, f5 is forced.
And the only, but f5,
No,
once again, as we said, it only prolongs it for a couple of moves, d6 or e7, whatever.
Right.
Three checkmates, with both rooks or rook d6. The only tight spot of this combination was King f5 move, right? Instead of capturing the knight.
Instead of rook a5.
Yeah, bishop a5, knight a5, and then king f5. If this works, then there was a mistake in Andreikin's calculation. Rook a3. I don't think there is any stalemate or something.
Yeah.
I don't think there is any stalemate or something with such a lot of pawns. So rook h3, king takes h3, then go to h4.
Yeah, he resigned.
What a game! What can I say? I mean, what a game by Dmitry Andreikin. And also we can say that Bacrot had chances, perhaps, like with this king f5. It was all hanging by a thread. But it's in the books, Andreikin wins 1-0, and he has 4 points, and that means he qualifies without a tiebreak.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Very impressive.
Impressive. Yeah. We still don't know the name of the qualifier from the D pool, right? Because it's MVL for now, but if somehow Yu Yang wins, there will be a tie. We are left with 3 games. It's Harikrishna with Tabatabaei, Harikrishna trying to save, right? It's Fedoseev and Vidit. I don't know who's trying to do what. Once again, that's this opposite colors. Quite a few checks already. Now actually Fedoseev thinking. I thought he repeated once, but now he's thinking. Yeah. And Yu Yang Predke, right. So it was corrected. Rook went to h5, knight d6, rook h4, gh4. I mean, it's a tricky position. It might seem that black is just queen up and it's easier, right? But he'll take, and then, the d pawn, and so it might be tricky. I still believe objectively black's better, much better.
Yeah. Also, he has 2 bishops. It's very tricky.
Bishop d7. If I take, it's bishop d4. I mean, if I take with the knight on it.
Yeah.
Might be bishop d4 nevertheless. I mean, that doesn't matter what I do. Maybe it's just good. I don't know. Maybe just good for black. So takes, bishop d4. d6 is not going anywhere.
Also, it's not possible to move the knight because of bishop
Because
g4.
bishop g4, I also was like at some point thinking, what if I just... Yeah, the bishop on d4 is so strong that you look for the ways, right, to disturb it, but bishop g4 happens. Yeah, and black has moves for days, as they say. Yeah, queen h6, queen h4. Yeah, maybe it's just much simpler than it looked. Maybe it's much simpler than it looked. 35 minutes for Evgenij. He'll be, of course, looking for chances. But then once again, in this position, you're talking about chances to save the game, right? And very unlikely that you're talking about chances to win the game as white.
For sure. Yeah, I don't see the other move than actually.
Yeah, I mean,
knight
you
e4.
take the pawn.
Yeah. I mean, bishop e4 might also just lose, let's say queen e5, or just attack both things.
Well, wait a second. What happened? How did he ended up? I remember when maybe I was wrong with the position evaluation, but when I said you prefer the queen on c2, not on h4, I had no idea this would happen, but at least in my line, the queen would be safe. Funny, yeah. And after queen h4, okay, bishop e7. You can't really change much. I mean, you go to h2 or h1.
Which looks pretty similar.
Yes, then e4 attacking the knight. Once again, you have different moves, but you have to move the knight, basically. Bishop f6 attacks the rook. Maybe this is the moment where you say, okay, I can't do much, and then sacrifice an exchange.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the chance. Bishop c3, rook e2, rook e5. Trade this, queen g7, queen h4, rook f8.
Knight e4 is...
4, sort of the same but better.
Because we took
because
a pawn.
you took the pawn, yeah. The queen is getting trapped anyway, right? It seems. No, but then
he first takes.
He trades, right? He trades and he goes, and queen is getting trapped for a rook only.
Yeah.
So then he misplayed it, because it seems like here there is no move. All right, it's Dmitry Andreikin, and he will tell us all the truth about his game. Like, was he winning? Was he losing at some point? Yeah, I think we have all the rights to listen to the explanation. It was a fascinating game, nevertheless. Yeah.
Okay, we have Dmitry Andreikin here with us, who just won his game against Etienne Bacrot. Before we go into the game, let's just summarize the things before this round. Sam Shankland and you were in the lead, and it was obvious that it was between the two of you. If Sam had won and you had won, then the two of you would be in the tiebreak. If you drew both, then again you'd be in the tiebreak.
Yeah, right.
So, but Sam drew, and you then had to either draw, and that would be a tiebreak, or if Etienne won, then he would be in the tiebreak. So it's all these combinations. So it was a crazy, still despite playing well, it was still very difficult and challenging for you to, I'd say you couldn't relax here. You were white against Etienne Bacrot, and this was a game full of twists and turns, and you kindly accepted to show us.
Of course,
so
I understood.
let's see what the magic went on here.
Like I must to play for one. It is very solid line, a little bit surprise for me, because I thought maybe Etienne prefer to play for win 2, but okay. Here after d takes c5, it is normal theoretical position. We'll play for 2 results. White can play without risky, but knight bd2 is a rare move, half of idea, but okay, maybe I thought that will be surprise for Etienne, but no. He played bishop c5 very quickly, and after bishop e7, my preparation is off, is finished, and here, okay, bishop e2 is logically for knight c4 idea. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, 4 is normally take. Maybe he knows this position, but okay, I think this position was small advantage for white, but maybe not so much. It is normally. Okay, here bishop d2 is possible also. Very natural move. And after bishop c7, for example, I can play knight a5, okay, rook c8, queen b1 maybe, rook c1. Okay, it's absolutely
Balanced
equal
positions.
position, yes. And I preferred knight d2, knight bd2 will idea b3 and bishop b2 more completely play with all pieces on board. Knight d5 is principal move. Now I can't play b3 because knight go to c3. Knight f3 will idea e4. Will attack, for example, if black play, for example, rook b8,
yeah.
e4, knight f6, c5, knight d5, queen d3 or queen c2, and after it, queen e4, and rook d8, queen g4, bishop h6. Okay, it's 4, knight f6, c5, knight d5. I don't have idea, queen d3, queen e4. And I don't see a move for creating attack. So I played bishop d2, knight e5, bishop b5, and here I saw that Grischuk agreed a draw with Sam Shankland.
Okay.
And I start to think how to play for win, of course. But okay, position is absolutely equal. Really, I thought I don't have a chance.
So this is the moment where you wanted to go and play for a win because you realized you didn't
not
want to
play
go to
for
tie
win,
breaks.
yeah.
Okay.
But I start find something, something chances. Really, I don't believe that I can win, but okay, here is very important moment. I think it's absolutely equal position. For example, after queen c2, I must change a queen, rook a4, knight b4, no, okay, for example, knight c5, rook c8, b3. Maybe it's playable position, but I think really without chances. But Etienne played rook b8, maybe not accurate.